Anya Awa, my people. Ido Mase, Anya Awa, my people. Alukweye. All you Biafrans and all the countries of Biafra gathered today in this great occasion. You are welcome. Tabu, able.
want those of you who are hardcore, those who were chosen before you were born. There were some people who were chosen before they were born to agitate for Biafra restoration. This is a message for you. Those who, from their mother's womb, they were born. You do this very well. You must be very, very strong.
When the Moroku, Nijimwero Mekumu Biafra, when the Siputa, maka nwere onwe ka anyị na-aga. Biko kulie oge ruo, biko kulie ihe jamalike oge ruo.
O nwere ndị akpọrọ oku maka nwere onwe anyị. O nwere ndị akpọrọ chekwa maka nwere onwe ụmụ Biafra.
Biko kulie oge ruo, biko kulie ihe jamalike oge ruo. The spirit of Biafra, biko kulie n'oge ruo. Nwere ndị Biafra gidi ebube, biko bilie n'oge ruo. Ọhamadike nọ na dungeon, unu ga-ekwe ka ihere mee ya Odike, mposi ike ruru achọba dike. Biko kulie oge ruo, biko kulie ihe jamadike oge ruo. The Prime Minister of Biafra Republic Government in exile, Master Simon M. Ebonu Sumudu Sri Gabaniru na Ebu Nazo. Nebu adịrị atọ afọ ma ya ebudo ụzọ. Ọ gịnị? Master Simon Epa emezu okwere onye ndu. Ihe jamadike ruo, ịmakwa Simon Epa wuchie. Ihe jamadike ruo, Simon Epa bụ atakata abụọ. Ojuda bụ enyi, mgbigbere onye ndu gị na-eme tata. I will follow you, I will follow you, I will follow you, never look back. I will follow you. Prime Minister nwere onye ndu, anyị ga-agbanụ ga-aka ebe. Follow you, anyị na I will follow you, I will follow you. The question is this: if Nigerian government failed to organize referendum for children of Biafra, are you ready to lead us to do anything in order to get freedom from Biafra? And I'm going to be number one to follow you. If you are looking for 100 men, you will find 50 in me. Ogwe Bucharangwe, Master Simon Epa, Ogene.
Master Simon Epa, Biko, Jisiki, Kaka Noku, Atakata Kaina Boki, Ojuda Ueyi, Kwipolonyendu, Kine Menata.
I am 50 men, oh yes, and I said, I will follow you, I will follow you, I will follow you, never look back. I will follow you. Prime Minister nwere onye ndu, anyị ga-agbanụ ga-aka ebe. Follow you, anyị na I will follow you, I will follow you. Simon Epa nwere onye ndu. Ọhamadike Biafra, ndị ahụ kpọrọ oku abịarụole. Ihe jamadike ruo, Biafra Republic Government awuchie. Ihe jamadike ruo, Commander General ekwechiri. General Buduso so na atakata gwọ. Commander Holy Ghost, ogonye ndu kpọrọ kwunu na Zatata. Biko kulie oge ruo, biko kulie ihe jamadike oge ruo. Biko kulie oge ruo, biko kulie ihe jamadike oge ruo.
You
bless me. I want to remain in the spirit because we must worship heaven. We answer your name, O Lord of hosts. Everything about us is designed to offer glory unto thee. We have atoned for our sins last year. This very year we have not only atoned for our sins, we have sealed, we have shed blood, they have shed our blood. We have let our sacrifice be made unto thee. Even on the 30th of August, as we are being felled by the bullets of the enemy, by the workers of iniquity and of darkness, we remain very strong today to beckon upon thee, to ask you for your mercy and for your grace, to ensure that your kingdom is restored upon the face of the earth, that you can bring your healing hand to bear upon the life of those of them that you created for one singular purpose, and that purpose alone, which is to worship you in truth and in every honesty. Is there any way that we have erred? Is there any way that our ancestors may have sinned? We confess before a congregation of the whole of humanity to ask you, oh Lord of hosts, to have mercy on us. You must have mercy upon us. We have suffered enough. We have been subjugated enough. We have been tortured enough. We have been imprisoned enough. We did not do these people anything. Our only crime is to answer your name. Our only crime is to be born your children. Our only crime is to excel at everything that we place our hands into. Our only crime is to exhibit your glory and your blessing, which manifestedly is upon our lives every blessed day. That is why they want to kill us. That is why the British want to join those of them who don't know you to destroy your creation and your inheritance. You will not allow shame to befall your name. You will not allow the enemies to triumph over the lives of your children, because you created us to exist, to worship, to honor, and to praise you. That is exactly what we are going to do when this Biafra comes. It will come in truth and in every honesty, because we remain every blessed day whiter than white and whiter than snow. Is there any way that we have sinned that you cannot forgive us our trespasses, to enable us to fulfill your own word, which was spoken thousands of years ago, that instead of what you promised not to come to pass, that heaven and earth will cease to exist? You opened your mouth to bless mankind to the coming of Yahweh Yeshua, who came here and said, let your kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Those words can never be in vain, because they are anchored upon your holiness and your magnificence. That is why in the end we know that Biafra will come, that these children that we have given birth to all over the world, and their children, and their children, and their children, as long as they give birth to them and they are Biafrans, they will worship you in truth and honesty. Through this very work we are doing, mankind will come to understand you. Let your miracle be wrought in our lives. Let us witness and behold your magnificence, your holiness, your mystery, and your grace. Under our command, O Lord of hosts, we call upon you. We call upon you to heal. We call upon you to provide succor to those of them who are inconsolable. We ask you to come and strengthen those who are weak. We ask you to restore hope where there is hopelessness. We ask you for inclusion where there is destitution. We ask you for one brotherhood, one camaraderie, one bone, one blood, and one flesh of your children. The Efiks and the Bibios, the Izon, the Shekiri, the Isobos, and also those of them from Isoto. We are traveling all the way to the lands of Igala. We are moving on from there to Idoma, to Igede, to the territories of the Igbo land. All these places we dedicate unto thee. All these lands of yours, we ask you to cover it with your mercy, because Biafra will come, and when it does, We will dance on the streets. I'm telling you, by the time that we are done, humanity will think that we are mad, we are drunk in your glory, and rightfully so, because your kingdom will come to rest upon this very earth. That very kingdom is the unadulterated, non-negotiable sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra, that your will may be fulfilled in our time. All this we pray, all this we ask for, in no other name apart from that name that belongs to you. He said,
You must understand this. The greatest task on this very earth is to get a black man to reason like a human being. The same way, it's just like trying to keep an Igbo man away from gossip. Hey, it's impossible now. Come on, for goodness sake. How can you keep an Igbo man away from gossip? Oh no, please give me a break. Anywhere there is gossip, you find them there. Gossip, the gossip is sweeter than honey for Igbo man. Gossip. Unverified rumors and gossip is like honey to them. That is how hard it is trying to remove the bottle from the mouth of a baby saboteur. Is as hard as trying to get a black man to reason properly. Unless you understand your role in society, you can never ever make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are three types of people on this earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. People don't know the meaning of the word idiot. They think it's an insult. It's not an insult. When the Greeks used the word idiots, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just do not care. That is the original meaning of the word. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats banana, he throws the peel anywhere instead of putting it in a trash can. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. As I used to say before, Nigeria is full of idiots. Idiots. As one brother wrote very eloquently, he said there are saboteurs everywhere, that every ethnic group have their own saboteurs, but there is something special about an Igbo sabo. that an Igbo saboteur is the special breed altogether. That his own sabo is spiritual saboteur. What drives him or her, he or she wouldn't know. If they try to be like you and they cannot be like you, the next thing is envy. And another thing is, what do I do to bring him down to my level? They're going to sabotage. That's the way they are. It's in their nature. Nobody can take that away from an Igbo man. It's how they are. That's how they are wired.
All right. So we are reading from the book of Obadiah, from chapter 1 from verse 10. He said, "For violence against your brother Jacob, for violence against your brother Jacob, shame shall cover you, and you shall be cut off forever." Are you all listening? Let me repeat it again. The book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 10, say, "For violence against your brother Jacob, shame shall cover you, and you shall be cut off forever." All of you have seen the way the people who claim to be fighting for Biafra, you know that this is a special week we are, okay? What has happened today? Some of them, all the things they have done in the past, they have gone back to it and start taking glory. They are taking glory. After they wage violence against their own brother. Let me read from 11. In this one, go to Nigeria. "In the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that you stood on the other side in the day that strangers carried captive his forces, when foreigners entered his gate and cast lot for Jerusalem, even you were as one of them. Hey! Are you people following? The book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 11, say, in the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers, Fulani government and their politicians, strangers carried captive his forces, when strangers entered his gate, when strangers entered our land and they cast lots for Jerusalem, even you, the people that claim they are fighting for Biafra, even you were one of them. Even you were one of the strangers. Even you were one of those who have come to carry the forces captive. You are prayer. There is no room for sabotage. I am not fighting Biafra freedom with a clear eye. Then I'm telling you people today, if you know you are going to occupy any position in the Biafra de facto government in the homeland, listen and pay attention. I don't have friend. I don't know anybody. I don't know you. You are not my friend. The only thing that we are doing brought us together is that you have volunteered to serve Biafra people in the homeland. If you become a problem, you will regret it. It is a call to serve Biafra people, not a call to serve Samanepa, not a call to build clique, not a call to form cabals in your various states, not a call to do paddy in the Biafra government. The price and the consequences is heavy. Many people have died in this struggle. You must listen to instruction. You must take directive and don't joke with it.
All of us Biafrans in the Brinky cabinet, the Federal Homeland, the Biafran Liberation Forces, the Biafran Army, we have vowed in our life. We are going to continue this same call, this same place that our Prime Minister Simon Eber has. Nobody will stop that. I want to let Biafrans know that our Prime Minister Simon Eber has set all the structures in place for Biafra restoration from the beginning to the end.
I want you to understand that forget whatever that is going on social media. Forget whatever that the Nigeria terrorist states are saying on social media and behaving on their National Assembly. They know that the game is over. I am telling you the fact. The Northern Nigeria know that the game is over. I know what is going on within them. The presidency of Nigeria know that the game is over. The Senate President Akpabio knows that the game is over. The only people that do not know, or maybe they are just skeptical, are the gullible one Nigerians who are believing in the Nigeria terrorist army that they have the capability to eliminate Biafrans, not knowing that I actually lost the war already before even the war started.
All of us Biafrans in the Brinky cabinet, the Federal Homeland, the Biafran Liberation Forces, the Biafran Army, we have vowed in our life. We are going to continue this same call, this same place that our Prime Minister Simon Eber has. Nobody will stop that. I want to let Biafrans know that our Prime Minister Simon Eber has set all the structures in place for Biafra restoration from the beginning to the end. Only one under his leadership, His Excellency Simon Ekpa. Anybody that is confusing anyone or telling you there is another, no, there is nothing. There's just one, recognized by His Excellency Simon Ekpa. And we can pray. Once he has that communication, Biafrans, we understand that Obato Obie does not take no crap from nobody. No matter who you are, you must respect that authority. That authority is the only thing that can protect all of us. But we thank God, somebody said this is a transition period. If these things does not happen, Biafrans will not know who is following our prime minister, who wants him to fail, who wants him to be out. So this moment is ordained to happen so that Biafrans will know who is who in this restoration process. So on that note, I welcome everyone to this fundraising. The finance department is going to figure out if our fundraising is going to be weekly fundraising, is going to be bi-monthly fundraising. That information is going to come to us as quickly as possible. We must maintain, we must continue to do whatever our Prime Minister wants us to do to raise the money we need to source to fund our struggle. And we will continue to do that without adding any extra stress on Biafrans in any form or shape. That is why the Finance and Budgeting Department will take it from there and inform us appropriately when our fundraising is going to be going on. So on that note, I welcome everyone. And we are going to declare this fundraising for the United States of Biafra open. Again, like I've said, there's only one instruction, one order. There's only one place. The legitimate fundraising for the United States of Biafra, Briggy, under His Excellency Simon Ekpa, will go today. And that is the New Dimension mandate. That's the only approved account. And then the account that's been approved in Homeland. So when you click on the New Dimension mandate, you scroll down, you will see the Homeland donate account. And we're already getting a lot of reports that the Homeland people are donating to that account. Thank you so much, Homeland people, for following that instruction and making your donations as we are getting updates on the donations from the different 40 states in Homeland. Thank you so much. On that note, we are going to, I don't know if we did an opening prayer. The secretary.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me on today's program. Excuse me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Accept my greetings according to your time zone, wherever you are connecting from. If you are watching me from TikTok, I welcome you. Like and share. Tap on the screen so that others can join us. If you are watching from Facebook, kindly share to all platforms, share to family and friends. Make sure you reach out to everyone that you need to reach out to for us to be able to carry this message along. Remember, the responsibility we have is to carry every single Biafran around. How do you carry them along? By giving them the right information, giving them the right updates. Wherever you are watching from, make sure you invite at least one person to this program. Click like and share. Click like and share. Very important. Click like and share. Make sure that you bring at least one person along with you on this program. It is very important. For those who are joining this platform for the very first time, or those who are going to come across this very program for the very first time, I want to tell you that this very platform where you are watching this program is a platform that is under the United States of Biafra. This platform promotes the United States of Biafra under the command of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, and on the supreme command of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, under which today, the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orebweze, is the one piloting the ship until the Prime Minister joins us. This is where we stand. It is your choice to decide to listen to this program or not to listen to the program. And while you're listening to the program, regardless what your belief or your thought is, all I do here is to give you the opportunity to make up your mind on what to do. Whatever decision you take, you will be responsible for your decision. I cannot decide for you, nor for anybody, and nobody can decide for me. The only thing I'm going to do is to bring out points, open up the hidden issues, answer some important questions, bring to your notice certain things that you ignore. Then you can be able to make up your mind effectively on where to be, on what to do, and how to do it. In this platform, we do not come here to instigate violence. We do not come to this platform to preach hate. We don't come to this platform to attack any person or individuals. We do not come to this platform to push propaganda or blackmail against anybody. The purpose of establishing these platforms where you're watching this program either on TikTok, on Facebook, or on the YouTube, David Harbour channel where I'm hosting the program. Our purpose of being here is to bring the plight of Biafrans before the whole world. To tell the Biafran people the truth and nothing but the truth. To tell the world what is going on in Biafran territory. That is the most important thing. Tell the world what is happening in Biafran territory because a lot is going on. There is no international media paying attention to what is going on in Biafran land. The conventional media in Nigeria is trying as much as possible to suppress what is happening in Biafran land. As we speak, Biafrans are losing their life. Genocide is going on in Biafran land. Nobody is reporting it. The government of Nigeria have declared war against the Biafran people. The war is ongoing as you are watching this video. Nobody is reporting it. I seize this opportunity to call on international media, independent media, investigative journalists to please fly down to Biafra land, get informations, and make your report. We are calling on international media, investigative journalists across the world. See a reason to go to Biafra land and see it for yourself. Where Biafra land, where human life is being subjected to something I can't be able to explain. A place where genocide is going on daily basis, where people are treated like animals, where abuse is the order of the day, a place where the government itself have decided to empower terrorists to take the life of the innocent citizens. What is their crime? The only crime they have committed is that they are asking for self-determination, the right to decide their fate, the right to choose where to be and where not to be. That is the crime they have committed. And because of that, the Zoological Republic government have declared war on Biafra. And as we speak, the war is still ongoing. We have cried for a long time. Nobody is paying attention. But we have cried enough. Our Supreme Leader Mazen Nnamdi Kanu made it clear that we will never stop. That we are going to defend ourselves. He went further to establish the ESN then to protect the Biafran people from the enemies, more especially the terrorists from the bushes, the Fulani terrorists. They did their job until what transpired. The enemies of Biafra, those who don't want to be free, decided to infiltrate the ESN created by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and it was disbanded. The Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Biafra, after the kidnap of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, took over the responsibility to guide and protect the Biafra land. He passed through so many legal means to establish the government of Biafra in exile. He didn't stop there. Everything that the government requires, he met up to all those demands and pursued straight into the declaration of the restoration of Biafra. He was able to establish the Liberation Army of Biafra, BLA, Biafra Liberation Army. In that Biafra Liberation Army, there are many forces under it, and they were all established to defend the Biafra land under self-defense. They are only in Biafran territory. They have not encroached in any other territory except Biafran territory. And their duty is to defend and protect Biafra land. On several occasions, the Prime Minister made an announcement and asked the infiltrators, those who are not authorized to be in Biafra land that are bearing arms, to get away from the land or face the consequence. They were warned on several occasions. But some of them played a deaf ear. They refused to respond. Our Prime Minister went ahead to give the order to the Liberation Army of Biafra to defend Biafra land at all costs. And they continued in the defense of Biafra land. That they continue to do up to this minute. Before you and before every one of us, challenges came. Challenges came from the international ground where pressure is rising because of the people that has interest in the Zoological Republic. Just like the way they gathered and fought against us in 1967, they gathered again. The same way they gathered in 1967, they have gathered again against the little David. But this time it's going to be a different ballgame. They gathered with their pressure, they took away our Prime Minister and kept him incommunicado. Through the local police of Finland, on questioning, the questioning is still going on as we speak. And our Prime Minister has to represent Biafra and defend what he stands for. Throughout this period of questioning, there has been different propaganda. I have seen different kinds of news and different kinds of posts in the zoological media. Everybody knows what the media of Nigeria is made of. People who can promote the devil. A media that promotes every lie, a lie that even a child knows that is a lie. We have seen several videos where they were saying that our Prime Minister has been imprisoned already. In fact, that they took him to the deepest and the hardest part of the prison. That is what the Nigerian media is reporting, to make themselves happy. They said our Prime Minister is a terrorist that has been locked away for life. And somebody boldly ran to the media and they posted it and they were sharing it. That the ambassador of peace, Prime Minister, the good man, the good guy, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoko, has been locked away for life. And I asked these people who are writing this nonsense, do you know where our Prime Minister is? Do you really think that our Prime Minister is in Africa? Do you think our Prime Minister is in Nigeria? That you treat him the way you are treating Mazi Nandekano? Do you really know who Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoko is? Of course you don't. That is why you will always come to confuse the gullible ones. You come to make yourself happy. They push different kinds of lies. And all of you that are asking, that are watching those videos and those news, because I see some people sending me the news and asking me, is this true or that? There are certain questions you don't need to ask. There are procedures to follow. Number one is our Prime Minister is not a terrorist and has not been accused of terrorism. They dropped the issue of terrorism and they are accusing him of incitement. They are verifying and looking into it, how he incited people on social media. How many of you living abroad have seen ever where somebody was locked away without a trial? An innocent man who committed no offense, locked away and thrown into the deepest part of prison without a trial. No trial. Initially, they came out and said that he will be tried in June. So the person that is going to be tried in June, you already took him and put him in jail, right? Even before the case has finished, you have now concluded your case that you prepared for yourself, just to make yourself happy. That is sometimes, there's no need debunking all this because they are very plain. But there are people who are very, very gullible to begin to believe what comes out from the zoo media. Every one of us were here. Even while our Prime Minister was outside, they pushed propaganda against him. They forged a letter against our Prime Minister that the Finnish government wrote. And the Finnish government came out to say they never said so. There have been several propaganda against our Prime Minister, even while he was around, let alone now that he cannot speak on the media. They have the opportunity to put lies, unbelievable lies, and people listen to them. I know that Finland is a very lawful country. The record of Finland on human rights is excellent. Their human rights record is excellent. If they decide to destroy it at this time, it's up to them. But I know that their human rights record is excellent, and I trust them. I believe in them. What they are doing today is what they have to do. In every sane and lawful country, when a report is brought to you against someone, when pressure begins to mount, not just from the zoo, from other international communities, I bet you different kinds of, the zoo has a lot of people who have interests. The French, the UK, and the rest of them. Every one of them have interest in Nigeria, and they are putting pressure through their EU and the NATO as a whole because they know what they are getting from Nigeria. They wanted to stop Biafra by all means. The same thing they did in 1967 when they all gathered together and fought against the Biafran people. They are doing it today, but in pain. But I bet you Chukwu Okukabiyama never sleeps, and he will never let go. I don't blame Finland for whatever they are doing. It is their procedure. They should go ahead with it. We are watching and waiting. But I know that my Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Oputo BA and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Biafra, is going to be out very, very soon. It's not going to be for too long. And he's going to shock them as he has always done. My fellow Biafrans, I want you to pay attention on the United States of Biafra, which is where we are today. Today, as we speak, today is Monday, being 16th of December. We are in United States of Biafra. We are no longer in the days where we are speaking about the government in exile. Government in exile is where we are coming from. And today, we have entered into the United States of Biafra. The only thing we are looking forward to is to complete the circle. And how do you complete the circle? Is to go to the ground, get the recognition, restore Biafra fully on the ground. It is a process. It is a process. The restoration of Biafra, the full restoration of Biafra is a process. The declaration has been made. We have been launched into the United States of Biafra. If you want to take yourself out from it, it is your business. I have no problem with you. If you choose to remain in government in exile, it is your business. I have no problem with you. Just like some people have chosen to continue to agitate. There are people who have continued to agitate. They are still in agitation, sensitization. Even when we have moved forward, we have entered into exile. From government in exile, now we enter into the declaration and into the United States of Biafra. We are now seeking for recognition, for us to be recognized internationally. And again, pushing to take over our territory on the ground. That is where we are. If by any means you choose to remain where you were before, no problem, remain there. We know that speed is not the same. Fingers are not equal. Understandings are not the same. Don't worry, remain wherever you want to remain until when your brain opens. When you wake up and realize how far we have gone, you will try to catch up. Today, just like the Deputy Prime Minister have said, that there is only one United States of Biafra. One. They are not two. The United States of Biafra is one. And wherever you hear somebody speaking about the United States of Biafra, it is one, not two. And that United States of Biafra is under the command and the office of the Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Biafra. that office remains functional. As I have always said, the institution that we must protect is that very office of the Prime Minister. That very office of the Prime Minister is in charge of securing Biafra land and making sure that things are done the way it should be done. Wherever you are, whatever your belief might be, whatever you might be thinking, you have the right for your opinion. You have the right to make your choice. What I do in this platform is to open up your mind to understand where we are. Today, we are having a seat at home under the United States of Biafra to cement the restoration of. In fact, this is the time we are supposed to engage in a more tough and serious sit at home to send a message to the world. When we are talking about taking over on land, Biafra have been declared. We have launched ourselves into the United States of Biafra. It has been made. Now, the next step to go is pursuing recognition and again establishing ourselves on the ground. And one of the ways we seek for recognition and that establishment is this civil disobedience. Monday sit at home to be precise. If there is any time you have to join it, it is now. If you have not been part of it before, this is the time to be part of it. Do not get distracted. Do not get occupied with dirty propaganda and blackmail. It makes no sense. The only support you can give to our men on the ground today is to obey simple instructions. Sit at home, leave the way for them and let them do their job. Nobody is asking you to go and face the terrorists in uniform and off uniform. Nobody is telling you to go and make an engagement. There are people, professionals, who are trained to engage. If there is any time you have to participate in the sit at home, it is now. Every Biafran must be part of the sit at home. That is one of the roles you have to play, more especially our brothers and sisters in Biafra land, to support the Liberation Army on the ground and give them the space to do their job. Monday is a very peculiar day. Do not allow yourself to be used as a sacrificial lamb. If you love the Prime Minister, Simon, but this Monday should be a day we prove a point that every one of us independently are seeking for freedom. Not because Mazi Simon shouted and talked. No. Mazi Simon is just the mouthpiece of the Biafran people. After the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi, he became the mouthpiece of the Biafran people because there are a lot of voiceless people in Biafra land. Biafrans have been made voiceless. And we found our voice in Mazi Simon. Whoever is accusing him of incitement today should come and tell us. For the past weeks now, sit-at-homes have been held and everywhere is totally locked down and shut down. Even in his absence. The declaration of Biafra was done successfully. Even in his absence. The Prime Minister have laid a structure on how Biafra will be restored from beginning to the end. So it doesn't matter where he is today. Each time I play that very message, I don't know if people are not paying attention. I don't know if you're not paying attention. When the COS said that the Prime Minister have laid a foundation and every member of the cabinet have vowed to continue to pursue the cause for restoration of Biafra according to the order laid down by Mazi Simon from beginning to the end. That is the truth and nothing but the truth. And that orders have been followed up to this moment, the office of the Prime Minister has never disappointed us. The office of the Prime Minister has never, ever disappointed any one of us. You might not like the person you see in the office, either the person of our Prime Minister, some people don't like him. And today, the Deputy Prime Minister, you might not like her, but that does not change anything from the office. That office has the final say. The office of the Prime Minister of Biafra, the problem is that has the final say. Get it into your head. This is something that has to do with administration. It is not about your feeling. It is not about what you think. It is not about your ideology. It's not because you are rich or poor. That is how it should be. In administration, that is how it is. The office of the Prime Minister is a bulk, is an office. Just like when you're done, you're talking about the government of Tinubu. The government of Trump is coming. The government of our Prime Minister is in place, has always been in place, has never changed. That government of our Prime Minister has somebody minding it now. I don't know how to shout it for you to understand. It is very, very sad that some people, because of personal grudges, because of their personal interests, have decided to toe a different path. But I urge every Biafran to keep an open mind and protect the office of the Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, which Dr. Ngozi Orakwe today, the Deputy Prime Minister, is the spokesperson of that office. Every information that has to do with the United States of Biafra is in her hand. If you are not part of the United States of Biafra, I don't have any problem with you. I'm not going to force you. You want to remain in government in exile, just like some people have chosen to remain in agitation. Some people chose to be in agitation. They are still there. And we have left them there and we moved on. Today, we entered into the government in exile, did everything excellently. Every official worked perfectly. They did what they have to do. And today, in Finland, we went there and Biafra was declared. It is so shameful to imagine that somebody that spent his hard-earned money to fly in Finland will come today and begin to talk of government in exile. It is a shame. And I want to ask every one of you, why do you think that Biafrans flew across the world to go to Finland? Is it because they are jobless? Is it because they want to go for picnic? Is it because they just want to go there and make noise? I want to ask you, ask yourself, why did the Biafrans fly from every part of the world and they went to Finland, spent their hard-earned money? Why? You saw Biafrans flying in from it. Do you think it is, you know how much it costs? Do you know how much is ticket? A ticket for someone to fly from Asia, from America to Finland, from Biafra land to Finland? You think it's just a joke? Or they went there to go and look at the country and come back? The purpose of going to Finland, people risking their life to fly on air to go to Finland. People took excuse from their job. Some people, instead of having their Christmas holiday, they took their holiday to go to Finland for that declaration. The purpose was to go there and make the declaration of the United States of Biafra. And that declaration was done. Everybody was happy. Everyone accepted it. The declaration was done on the 29th of November 2024. Every one of us watched it. The very first day of the convention, the declaration was made. That purpose, that thing that brought everybody was complete to make sure nothing obstructs it. Because the main purpose of people flying to was for the declaration. It wasn't for party. It was for Biafra to be declared and documents generated to make sure that Biafra has a document that backs it up. And on that declaration, people decided, they voted for the United States of Biafra. Everyone agreed under the United States of Biafra, even on the referendum. Go and check what you signed on the referendum. What did you sign up for on the referendum? Go and look up the write-up on the referendum for you to understand better. In case you don't understand, what does it read? That was why people flew in to Finland, to cement that agreement that all of us reached together. It baffles me today that after spending your hard-earned money and time and risk to go to Finland to declare Biafra, you now come back home and you are going back to a government in exile with some senseless reasons. Some, they begin to ask you, oh, you have not yet established, Biafra has not yet been restored fully. Why do you have to talk about United States of Biafra? Biafra has not been restored fully. Why do you have to now go into Biafra? These are frivolous statements that doesn't make sense. The declaration has been done. You must hold on to that name while you seek for recognition and establishment on the ground. You must hold that name, signed and certified, while you seek for recognition. Nobody is recognizing your government in exile. What they are recognizing today is the United States of Biafra. The United States of Biafra is what is seeking for recognition. The restoration we are talking about today is to restore the United States of Biafra. That is what is going to be restored, nothing else. Why is it confusing? It is not confusing. You only look confused because you don't have an open mind. You only look confused because you have a very myopic mind, or you have an interior motive. You have something again, hatred that is covering your mind, jealousy that is covering you. That is why you cannot reason properly. It is sad when I see reasonable and sensible people before, all of a sudden, they turn 360 degrees and begin to reason through their annals. It is unbelievable. Sometimes when I watch some videos that is made by supposed fellow comrade, when I see the video they make, it marvels me. They begin to create controversies where it does not exist. I saw a video where somebody was trying to change the whole narrative to create a different narrative, telling us that mentioning somebody's name, that this was the person that declared Biafra. It is not this person. Trying to create a narrative to tell us that it is this person that declared Biafra. This is sad. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Does it mean you don't know what you're doing, or does it mean that you are confused, or does it mean that you just want to create confusion? I saw a fellow comrade making a video trying to point out a name and say this was the person that declared Biafra, that it is not this, it's not this, not that. What has that got to do with where we are going? Why are you creating controversy everywhere? Even when we saw the declaration, it was made in open, not in secret. It was made in open. Today, it is so shameful what I see that is happening. It is so shameful. Just the same thing you see in Christianity, where you see people misinterpreting the Bible to satisfy their own selfish interests. That is what we see today. You will see a pastor will come and tell you that the portion that you read in ABC does not mean what you read. That what it means is the spiritual interpretation that he has to satisfy his own selfish interest. That is the quarrel I have with some of the pastors. You will read the Bible literally in a ABC language, a very clear terms. It wasn't written as a parable, clear terms. But somebody will come and say, this portion of the Bible, I'm going to interpret it to you in a spiritual form, using it to back his own selfish interest and making you to believe falsehood. This is how they destroy Christianity, that make people get confused. Today, people are introducing the same thing in the restoration of Biafra. They are trying the same thing today. In this journey that we are, after declaration of Biafra, we are supposed to be in the mood of celebration. We are supposed to be celebrating the United States of Biafra under the office of the Prime Minister, Mazi Samaneba. That office of the Prime Minister remains. They can reshuffle their office according to people who can pursue the recognition and the settlement of Biafra restoration fully on the ground. The office of the Prime Minister has a template. Only the office of the Prime Minister has the right to give you the template. It doesn't matter who is there. Where is that order coming from? Any order that comes from the office of the Prime Minister must be protected, whether you like the person or you hate the person. It doesn't matter what it is. That is how to protect an institution. That is how to defend an institution. You don't defend an individual. That is why most of the time when I preach here, I avoid mentioning people's name so that you can know where we are coming from and where I personally am coming from. I try to avoid mentioning names because most of the time when we mention these names, it drives your mood. There are some of us that cannot compromise, maybe because of the gender. You are not comfortable with the gender. Maybe because of the color of the person. Maybe because the person is poor or rich. Maybe because the person is not your spec. You begin to think otherwise. That is why I make my message referring to the office of the Prime Minister. That office is the institution that you and I voted for. And we gave somebody the power to delegate assignment and get people to work for him. That person chose persons according to the trust we gave to him. If you do not trust the people he chose, it means you don't trust him. And all you can do is to wait when his government is over. You can do what you want to do. And I want every Biafran to realize that we are not yet in a true democracy. No. We are still in the process of looking for our nation. Just like we said, Biafra has not fully restored on the ground. We are not yet practicing full democracy. As we start today, the office of the Prime Minister still have the authority to dictate how things are going to be done. They have their templates, just like the Prime Minister have drawn it from A to Z, and we have been following up without grudges. Why today? Why today? Why today? My fellow Biafrans, every one of us as an individual, we must uphold the message of Biafra, United States of Biafra. Continue to uphold the message of the United States of Biafra. Celebrate it. The Zoological Republic do not want the world to hear about our independence. But it is so, I don't know why the spell is catching even people that are supposed to promote the United States of Biafra. They are now promoting it. People who are supposed to promote the United States of Biafra, they are the ones today telling you that, oh, we are still in exile. Oh, you don't have to talk about exile. Oh, you don't have to change the government. Oh, you don't have to change the cabinet. They keep themselves busy talking about irrelevant issues. When we have spent time and money, Biafrans spend their time and money to fly into Finland to make a declaration. These people making this argument, we are part of the declaration. They were there, they cast their vote, and they did everything. Yet they come back, they want to go back to Egypt. You want to go back to Egypt, where you're coming from. I will not be part of that. For me, it is forward ever and backward never. I cannot go back to yesterday. I'm only looking toward the future. And the future is the United States of Biafra. The future is the United States of Biafra. We have to think of how to defend our land. As we speak, our land is under occupation by the occupation forces. The terrorist forces are on the ground, bombing and destroying our homes. All our focus should be, how are we going to defend our land? How are we going to encourage the full restoration of Biafra on the ground? One of the important ways to drag the attention of the world, to drag recognition, is this civil disobedience. Monday, to be precise, that we have decided to sacrifice. We have to make it much more serious than ever. Last week was excellent. I expect today to be better, and I believe today is going to be worse than you have ever seen. And going forward, more things will continue to happen. It does not matter whether you agree or you do not agree. Stop getting confused. We are supposed to be in the mood of celebration. And that is why at every given point in time, I try as much as possible to reflect back, to let Biafrans realize that we have already declared the United States of Biafra. We are no longer in that time exile. No, we are no longer in that time. That time has been done. Every document today that we have to move forward is written United States of Biafra. And that was done. We all shouted and celebrated. How come you that were there and shouted today will change your tone? And I want to play this short clip from that convention before we proceed.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. All right, we continue to conclude. Our independence is here today. On behalf of the Prime Minister, His Excellency, Eba Simon Njako Obatobie, the Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra, Now therefore, the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic Government in Exile, His Excellency Eba Simon Njako, by virtue of the authority and pursuant of the issues and principles recited above, do hereby solemnly proclaim that the territory and region under the 40 confederating states of Biafra, together with her continental shelf and territorial waters, shall henceforth regain her independence and act as an independent sovereign state with the name and title of the United States of Biafra.
You could see the jubilation and the celebration. How could anyone spend his hard-earned money, fly into Finland for this very purpose, and then you come back and you turn against it? How does that work? I don't know why people do what they do, but only Chukwu Okike, who sees in secret and open, will guide us and direct us on the right path. Today, we have to focus on the seat at home, which I know the Biafran people know what they want, and they are standing up to continue on that civil disobedience. And we have to also focus on the recognition of Biafra and defending our people. Our people are suffering. Attack is increasing. We have to focus, and it is forward ever and backward never. You're welcome, my brother Okafo. Go ahead and speak to us. Let's hear from you, my brother Okafo. Are you there?
Yes, my brother Choose. Good morning.
Good morning.
How is your family?
Thank God.
You, my
we are
brother.
doing
You are
well.
trying.
Thank you.
I can see it. The Lord remain God in our life. You are
Same.
trying, my brother. The Lord is your strength. onye ọrụ nwere ụgwọ. A worker have a reward. So God Almighty will reward you. My prayer is that you and your family will be alive to enjoy Biafra. Good morning, Biafrans. Good morning, the lovers of freedom. Good morning, the lovers of Biafrans, the United States of Biafra. I want to thank the Almighty God for a day like this. This is another beautiful day that the Lord has made, that you will rejoice and be glad on it. We thank God for life. Today is another special day. The struggle. Today is Monday. And I thank God Almighty that things are still going on the way it should. We still stand on our ground that unless they release our leader, sit at home will not stop. And by now, I expected the Nigerian government and all the enemies of Biafrans to understand that this is not the issue of person, it's the issue of a tribe. All the Biafrans have made up their mind. So treating it individual cannot solve the problem. By now, I expected the advisors, people that call themselves the advisors of the government, to tell the government what to do. You can't be doing the same thing and expect a different result. It doesn't work in that way. Have you not hold this man enough to leave him? Has he not suffered enough in you people's hand? In as more that you hold the prophet of God, you can't be blessed. Let's study our Bible. You can't hold the servant of God of that magnitude and you feel that things will go well. No, you can't. Take all the whole thing that man have said. Take all from A to Z. From that, you know who this man is. You only know a man of God by the confirmation of his words. Because it's only God that will say it and they come to pass. All the whole thing that this man said, in our own kuru eye, all of them are coming to pass one after the other, as he said it. Now, you want to hold this man in cancellation and be doing what he had been telling you to do all this while that he failed to do. This doesn't work like that now. Allow this man, please. Let there be peace. Not this one now that Nigerian government are sending police, sending soldiers, sending air force to go and kill innocent people. Can this bring a solution? You are adding more injury. You are creating more enmity. Because no matter anything, tomorrow we will see stand as a nation. You don't think about the future, the relationship. By now, I think what we should be thinking of how to relate, how to move forward. We have been together for 110 years, and nothing good have come out of it. So should we still stand and remain like this to remain a giant from out? No, it's not. It doesn't work now. I expected the elders by now to come together and begin to speak. Let's remove sentiment. Let's remove selfishness. Let's face the reality, what faces us. If you say you be Yoruba, you say you be Hausa, and the feel that what is happening is only for the Biafrans, you are making mistakes. You rethink. You should rethink. A slave where they laugh, saying follow slave, they bury him. Saying a cloth they take tie and bury him. The day where they go bury you, know the one where they go take tie you. You the measure saying a cloth they take tie and bury him. You as a slave also, you know how your own burial will be. So this thing is what concerns everybody. You as an Hausa cannot tell me that you are okay in the hand of the Fulanis. You can't tell me that you are okay. You can't. You the middle belt. You can't tell me that you are okay with this mess. Emiloko, how is it today? How far? How market today? So you can't tell me. The Yoruba cannot tell me that you are okay with this system. No. Then why can't us speak with one voice? Why can't people wake up? Why should we allow this fool, these few people that are ganging up against every other person? So please, holding Nnamdi Kanu, holding Simon Egba, has he solved any problem? You hold Nnamdi Kanu. I expected Nigeria to learn a very big lesson from that matter. How can we leave what we're supposed to do and be doing what we're not supposed to do? You are looking for investors in Nigeria with this condition without putting your house in order. You are making a mistake. You are making, if you like, call the whole world soldier to come to help you spoil your place. Now you go see film. Now you go film. I expected Nigeria to go on reconciliation now. The mistake they made, that's what I expected them to begin to heal the wounds. But it's not. So please, I'm begging President Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Jagaba, please release Ohamadike. Release Ohamadike. Release him. Unconditionally. Release him. May Nigeria apologize to that man. Compensate him. If he do it, it will speak a lot of things to the mind of the Biafrans generally. We don't become neighbor, don't become neighbor. Let's lay a foundation for tomorrow. That's what I expected. Whatever you people are doing with Simon Egba, remove your hand from that matter. Simon Egba is not the problem of Nigeria. We know our problem. Release Simon Egba. If you people can go and negotiate with the bandits, going to negotiate with the foreigners, immigrants that just invade this country, they cause commotion, they commit atrocities everywhere. If you can go and negotiate with them, how much more your own, the one you call your own? So by now we're supposed to realize our mistakes. Where we got it wrong. You people supposed to understand where we get it wrong. That made things to escalate to where it is today. I expect Nigeria to start to blame themselves on the area what lead us to where we are today. And begin to think how to correct it. 2016, they asked 2017, they are going to reconstruct the houses in the Brunu where Boko Haram destroyed. But the one Nigeria destroyed, 67 to 70, have not been rebuilt. And nobody's saying anything about that. So all those things are the problems. All those things are the problems. So please, release Hamadike. Release Hamadike. Withdraw the soldiers in the southeast. Let them go back to barracks. There's no war in the southeast. All these checking points on the road, hence all these checking points today for road, and it didn't stop any crime. Rather, it is increasing. Remove all those checking points on the road. If anybody get any problem, let him go to the station or the barrack and report. Please. All this sending soldiers and sending this, it can't solve the problem. It can't solve the problem. Soldiers will go.
I think our brother has an interruption. He has a network problem. We can't hear you again, my brother. I think your network is troubling, because you know what happens most of the time. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. I think it's a network problem.
Hello?
You're having an issue. Okay, go on. I can hear you now. Go on. Hello? Your network, we can't hear you. We cannot hear you. You may log out and come back again. We can't hear you. We cannot hear you, my beloved brother Oka for Sunday. We can't hear you.
Hello?
You're breaking up. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Am I being heard? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Go on now. I can hear you now. Go on.
So having said that, I come back home to our house. I still stand on my word. Unity will stand. Unity is the only thing that will stand. A house that divided itself never stand. By now, I expected that every one of us will realize where we got it wrong and collect ourselves. This thing is lingering much, yo. I don't expect this matter to reach now to be settled. I don't. What I said last time, I say,
Your network, we can hear you. I think you're having a network problem
our
again.
leader, Obatobie, is not dead. He's coming out very, very soon. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go on. Go on, I can hear you.
Am I
now.
heard?
Can hear you now. We cannot hear you.
So our leader.
You're breaking up. Is it a call coming into your phone or what? If it's a call, you can answer your call, then you can log in back again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Answer
please, all this right where would they claim? Can this right take us where we are going? If it will be possible, as I said, please, let's work on the office of Prime Minister. Let's put aside whatever individual differences we have. Let's put it aside and let's move forward. let's respect that office for now. As we know that the owner of that office is alive. He's coming back. Make we not take our hand and scatter with you. This is matter, as I said it before, that's supposed to be settled inside the home. This matter not supposed to come outside. Yeah? Does it mean there's no elders?
Well, I think brother is having a call, so maybe just deal with your call, and then later on you can be able to come up and make your submission. So, my fellow Biafrans that are watching, I want to bring out a point. Our brother made a point when he was speaking. That was a point he made when he was speaking. I want to touch on. Every one of us should know that what we are pursuing is self-determination. For us, we Biafrans, we have gone too far to go back. We have gone very, very far, and nobody's going to bring us back to yesterday. We are now in the United States of Biafra. Declaration have made. All we have to do today is to seek for recognition and again establish Biafra on the ground through the help and support of our men on the ground. And every Biafran have to try as much as possible to play a role and be there. It is very, very important. The pursuit of the independence of Biafra is not against anybody, not against any individual. It is not against any race or any religion. We are pursuing the independent state of Biafra, the United States of Biafra, which have been declared already. Today, we are looking and seeking for recognition. It doesn't matter how anybody feels. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. It is not against any tribe. It is not against any religion. It's not against any society. It is pursuing our right to be free. That is what we are doing. And we will continue to do so. Regardless of what anybody believes or what they feel, we don't care. Let me tell you, every genuine person in Nigeria today knows that Nigeria is not structured to favor anybody. Not to favor an Igbo man, not to favor an Hausa man, not to favor a Yoruba man, not to favor an Ibibio man, not to favor an Ijaw man. Nigeria was not structured to favor anybody. Not anybody, any tribe. It doesn't matter what your tribe is. Nigeria is not there to favor you. And every genuine person, except you're not genuine, every genuine human being that has a clean heart, a pure heart, forget about the hatred you have for your fellow human being, the hatred you have for a certain tribe. Keep those hatred you have against tribes separate. Be sincere for once to yourself. You will realize that Nigeria is not meant to favor anybody. That is why the Biafrans have taken upon themselves to end it. We want to end it. Everybody go his separate ways and bear their own cross. We want to end it by fire, by force. That is where we are today. And for you to know that because we are pursuing today is not a selfish one. Not because, maybe because of the hatred the Nigeria itself have put in the mind of the citizens against the Biafrans. When we talk about this freedom, you see people be afraid. They think our freedom is fighting against them. They don't want to hear it. I don't know why. You don't want to be free and you don't want others to be free. It is so sad. But every genuine person in this planet that is a public citizen from that territory, that very location they call Nigeria, every genuine know that country is not structured to favor anyone. And they know it is irreparable. They can't repair it. Recently, I am going to show you a post that was made, a comment that was made by somebody from Oduduwa land, a Yoruba woman who is serving in British government, a British politician, a very popular one at that. And Nigeria is trying to use her as PR to begin to promote Nigeria. She said she will never do that. And I'm going to show you her statement so that you will see it. So when we are talking about Nigeria cannot survive, it is not because Biafrans are saying it. The Oduduwa people also, the genuine Oduduwa people from Yoruba land, they know that Nigeria cannot work. They know. So let us see this post that was made in our platform. This lady is a Yoruba politician. A Yoruba politician. Her name is Kemi somebody. Let me check where I can get her name. Her name is Kemi somebody. Kemi, yes. Her name is Kemi. Oh, shit. Yeah, Kemi Badenoch. Kemi Badenoch, that's her name. This lady, Kemi, is a British politician on a high level of politics. This one no be granite own, no be side road own. Look at what this lady is writing. Nigeria were approaching her and they asked her to do PR for them, to promote Nigeria. Why is she not promoting Nigeria? And the terrorist leader, the man that formed terrorism in Nigeria, the owner of Boko Haram, who is today your vice president, was challenging her, chastising her. And look at the response of the lady. An active politician. You know, when we talk, they think it's only Biafrans. Oh, because he's an Igbo man. He's man says Simon Eba. He's too angry. He's man says Simon Eba. Why is he talking too much? There are people that have a clean heart. There are people that have learned from the best. There are people that have lived in sane society and they are not interested in all this your mago. The only people that are living abroad today and they still support one Nigeria are those criminals who are seeking for opportunity to come back home and look for people to bow for them. The people who are living abroad and they are still supporting one Nigeria are those people who are still having that criminal mind in them, that fraudulent mind in them. There is no sensible person that will serve in a government abroad and agree to serve with the Nigerian government. Never. You can never find any single person that is sane, sound person that has served in the government abroad, seen how things are done, and you want to come and work with the Nigerian government. Nobody does that. Look at what Kemi said. Kemi said, I am Yoruba. I have nothing in common with Boko Haram heaven of northern Nigeria. Kemi Badenoch. She said she is Yoruba. She identifies as a Yoruba person, not as a Nigerian. Look at the lady. A very high-level politician in the UK. A high-level politician in the UK. Kemi. The Boko Haram leader, who you made your vice president, contacted her. And they have been pushing her. First of all, they used the other one, the other criminal. The one that called herself diaspora, whatever. The one that's in charge of diaspora. That is the one they used before to go and meet her and tell her to begin to act as PR for Nigeria, begin to promote Nigeria. And she said she will never do that. She has nothing to do with Nigeria. She's a British, and British she remains. She only identified with Yoruba. That was the first time they attacked her. They used the other criminal, the one they call I've forgotten about her name, that one that is always the tribal bigot, that tribal bigot they call the leader for diaspora. I've forgotten that her name. When I remember her name, I will mention her name. If you remember that name, please write it on the comment section and remind me of that her name. The woman that is in charge of the diaspora, Nigerian diaspora, whatever. That was the person they were using against this Kemi. And Kemi told them in black and white, I can never promote your zoological republic called Nigeria, a terrorist country. They didn't stop that. The vice president, the terrorist man, the terrorist you made a vice president, went and confronted her, was talking trash, and she responded and she said, I am Yoruba. I am Yoruba. I have nothing in common with Boko Haram heaven of northern Nigeria. Kemi Badenoch. A high-level politician, a Yoruba lady in the UK, in the United Kingdom, telling them, even though they have a Yoruba man in the office, Turubu, the lady is telling them in pure black, this is how people that have decency, people that have policy, people that know what they want, it doesn't care who you put in the power. They will tell you, this is what I want, this is what I believe in, and they believe in it. People that want to keep their legacy. She says she has nothing to do with your terrorist country called Nigeria. They thought that because they have a Yoruba man as a president, Tinubu, who we know is not even a Yoruba man. Because you have to know, you think you can go and begin to maneuver her. That she will now say, oh, because you have to know, she will come and begin to support him. There are people who are very clean and sane. And these kind of people will never, if you see anybody, a politician outside Nigeria in another country, in Western country, you see a politician associating with Nigerian government, that person is a criminal. They are only looking for opportunity to steal. That fraudulent life is still in them. You can never see any sound politician that have served abroad will begin to tangle himself with Nigerian government. He can never find it anywhere. This is a Yoruba lady. In as much as you say this, there are people that are sound. Look at Koyuki. Koyuki, against all attack against him, Koyuki is still standing, talking about Oduduwa Nation. Oduduwa Nation. Go to his platform. You will see Yoruba people attacking him. Whenever he talks about Biafra, you see Yoruba people attacking him. Why do you have association with the Biafra? Some of us here, when we talk about Yoruba, some people attack us. Say, why do you talk about Yoruba people? In every region, in every tribe, there are good people and there are bad people. In every region. When you see those sound people, sound ones, you can talk with them. You can associate with them. You can reason with them. Can you believe that a Yoruba lady will say this, even when they have a Yoruba president in Nigeria? Can you believe that a Yoruba lady, Kemi Badenoch, a top-notch politician in the UK, telling them in black and white, I am Yoruba. I have nothing in common with Boko Haram heaven of northern Nigeria. Kemi Badenoch. When we say, if they say, oh, Biafran people, you even want to destroy Nigeria, why is it every time people are talking Nigeria? If other people don't want to talk, there are more sane people who are Biafrans who cannot stand and watch those nonsense happen. First of all, before we go further, I show you further, let us read the caption that was written there. Let us read the caption that was written in the government side. Let us read what was written there. Before the Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra began the journey of the formation of new Biafran government, BRIC, a formal notification was communicated to the Finnish government on the Biafran people's quest to exercise their inalienable right to self-determination through governance. This is for those who are thinking that somebody did something illegal, or somebody just came from the back door and began to have Biafra. They said that it was illegal to do anything in Biafra. This is why Biafran people have to fly into Finland, conducted the declaration of Biafra, and they came back safely. For those of you who did not know, because you see the Nigerian media pushing their propaganda and their lie. Every opportunity they have, they push their lie. And some of us Biafrans become afraid. Because you don't have information, you become afraid. That is why the government Twitter handle wrote this. I want you to listen to this. I'm going to read it again. Before the Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra began the journey of the formation of a new Biafran government, BRIC, a formal notification was communicated to the Finnish government on the Biafran people's quest to exercise their inalienable right to self-determination through governance. Following Finland's independence from Russia, they clearly understood the operations tactics in using propaganda, war crime against civilians, and all manner of show of force to suppress and subdue the quest for freedom. An assumption by anyone that Finland is not aware of the deteriorated security situation in Nigeria caused by the inflow of terrorists sponsored directly by the Nigerian entity is an assumption that the Finnish intelligence is weak and incapacitated. Absolutely. As a nation that has foreign relations with Nigeria, security is part of their national interests in protecting their trade relation with Nigeria and advisory to citizens traveling to those areas. For a member of Parliament of the United Kingdom, Kemi Badenoch, to publicly confirm that the northern Nigeria is a safe haven for terrorists is a further affirmation of the grievance that have led to the declaration of the restoration of independent state of Biafra. You will recall that the Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, communicated to the Finnish president, exile, in November 2024, officially notifying him of the declaration of the restoration of independent state to take place in Lahti, Finland. Some of you think we just woke up and begin. It wasn't. Everything, every single thing that was done, the Finnish authority has notification. They were informed. They are very much aware. That is why it is important that I read it out for you. You will recall that the Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, communicated to the Finnish president, Alex Todd, in November 2024, officially notifying him of the declaration of restoration of independence that took place in Lahti, Finland. Nothing is done in secret. In that letter, the confirmation of the member of the Parliament of the United Kingdom, Kemi Badenoch, was clearly communicated to the Finnish president, narrating the upsurge of terrorism that needed to be halted with the restoration of independence of the United States of Biafra. Finland is now caught up amidst its involvement in a transitional repression, according to Embry, in 1971 publication, a violation of human rights and freedom of advocacy for the endangered people of Biafra. Finland persecution of African descendants betray its top freedom ranking. Finland action is now raising a huge concern as to their targeted timing of the detention of the Prime Minister. And the motive of this timing is a situation that must be addressed in due course. I hope you are following. All these informations are very, very vital and important because some of you do not know what is happening. We keep ourselves busy talking about things that doesn't matter, while we are supposed to be protecting and promoting the declaration that have been made. This is another speech, comment by the same Kemi Badenoch, reported by People's Gazette. Kemi said, Nigerian police officers are armed robbers, licensed to extort citizens with guns. This is what we are worried about. Kemi Badenoch, a top politician in the UK. She is the one making the revelation. It is not a Biafra. It is not Mazi Simon Ekpa Nandekano. This is what Kemi is, a top politician that Nigeria have been approaching her. She says she recognizes herself as a Yoruba woman, that she can't associate herself with your Nigeria. She has nothing to do with your one Nigeria. She has described Nigeria as a terrorist zone where a terrorist becomes your vice president. A sponsorer, the person that formed terrorists, continue to sponsor them. Even as a vice president, he has visited the bandit. You are not concerned. You are not worried. You are focusing on a Biafra. You are focusing on distracting people who have declared their independence and they walk away. The whole world is watching. And I believe the international media are looking. The only thing we are focusing on is recognition. The world have to rise up to the occasion. Recognize Biafra and let us move away from this criminal entity called the zoo. Because enough is enough. Let us read again. Under this one, it is not Biafra making accusation. This is a first-hand information. I think I got her video. I don't know whether if I downloaded that video. I would have played that video where she spoke also about this incident of the police so that you can hear from her. Nigerian police officers are armed robbers, licensed to extort citizens with guns. Kemi Badenoch, a top politician in the UK, saying this. A Yoruba lady She says she has nothing to do with your Nigeria. She identifies as a Yoruba woman. And the government handle says, the grievances of people of United States of Biafra were very clear during the declaration of the restoration of independence on the 29th of November 2024 in Lahti, Finland. All these things that Kemi is mentioning, we are part of the things that we are mentioned during the declaration of the restoration of independence of Biafra as our grievances. These things that Femi, a top politician in the UK, mentioned are part of the grievances that was mentioned. Why we have to declare Biafra and get out? Why wouldn't the people of the world see this? Why wouldn't Biafra be recognized? Who will tell me why? I read again. The grievances of people of the United States of Biafra were very clear during the declaration of the restoration of independence on the 29th of November 2024 in Lahti, Finland. The primary task of the Biafran Defense Force is to enforce the rights of the citizens of the United States of Biafra on self-defense, protect United States of Biafra territories, both land, air, and water. And that is what they are doing. Terrorist occupiers must be neutralized at all costs. Our territorial integrity must be protected without any form hesitation. These occupiers of our territory must not be allowed to breathe for even under a second. The United States of Biafra government is making it very clear that the political existence of the United States of Biafra is independent of recognition by the other states. Even before recognition, United States of Biafra has the right to defend its integrity and independence. This is what we are supposed to be doing now, not gossiping. What we are supposed to be doing now is to defend the integrity and independence that we have declared in Lahti. That is what we are supposed to be doing now. To provide for the conservation and prosperity, and consequently to organize itself as it sees fit, to legislate upon its interests, administer its service, and to define the jurisdiction and competence of its courts. The exercise of this right has no other limitation than the exercise of the right of other states according to international law. This is where we are supposed to be focusing. Every single thing we did are all right according to international law. Why are you allowing distractions? Why? Why? What we are supposed to do today is to defend the integrity and independence that have been declared. We have the rights. We have that right to defend the integrity of our nation and the independence declared on the 29th of November. That is where we are supposed to be focusing. Not on pursuing personal interests, not on competition, not on hatred of one another, not on propaganda and blackmail of a person or not. But it's sad that some people who are supposed to have knowledge have no knowledge. People who are supposed to know no longer know anything. Today, people who are supposed to be defending the land, they are the people making noise right, left, and center. After we have declared Biafra, we are supposed to be celebrating. We are supposed to uphold the integrity of the United States of Biafra. We are supposed to be defending the United States of Biafra. But today, it is sad that even people that fly all the way to Finland to join that declaration today, they are living in denial. They are denying that purpose, which made them to fly to Finland. When I watch their video, I laugh. I wonder if they go back and watch back what they just said. After declaring Biafra, you are coming back again and tell me that you are back to exile. You are back to government in exile. Every single one of us knows that Biafra has not been fully restored. And it's going to take a process. It is going to take, the process has begun. The Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orebeze, is not waiting. The cabinet is not waiting. They are moving forward already to make sure Biafra land is defended. To make sure that we get that recognition. But it is a process. It will take time. But are you going to throw away the declaration you have made? Are you going to leave the declaration that you are seeking for recognition for? That declaration should be on your chest. You should pin it on your chest anywhere you're going. When somebody look at your face, they will see, declared. Why do you have to remove it and you are putting government in exile? Why? Why will a sensible person forget? You forgot that you have declared Biafra before the whole world. And you are going back to Egypt again. You are going back to Egypt. Every single document that is the Biafra is holding today under Mazi Simon Ekpa to restore Biafra is bearing that title, United States of Biafra. The United States of Biafra, that is the title. Every single document is bearing today. If anybody is inviting anybody for Biafra today, they're going to ask for the United States of Biafra that has been declared in Latin, Finland. The whole world saw it. It was televised. We are supposed to make it viral, but the enemy came in. The Janjaweed, the Zoological Republic came in to make sure they keep us busy. And most of all, fake the victim. We became busy clapping and talking about irrelevant issues instead of making our independence go viral. It is sad. Up to this extent, you see some people today, they come and begin to narrate things that are not in existence, talking about irrelevant issues instead of talking about things that matters. Somebody will come and tell you who declared Biafra and who did not declare. They will tell you that this individual. Why are you all busy in building strong men and women instead of building institutions? Why is everybody focusing on building strong men and women instead of building an institution? Why? The more we continue to put our hope and faith on individuals, the more we fail and we cause more confusion. You must learn to protect your institution. It does not matter who is there. It doesn't matter who is there. It doesn't matter who is appointed. As long as that institution has been handed over to somebody and that person delegate an assignment to somebody, you must obey that very person. It's a must. Whether you like it or not, whether the person knows it or not, whether the person is intelligent or not, whether it's a man or a woman, whether it is a poor person or a rich person, whether it's a handsome person or an ugly person, you must obey that institution. The institution that every one of us must obey today is the office of the Prime Minister, except you are not working under Mazi Simon Ekpa. If you are not under Mazi Simon Ekpa, I don't have a quarrel with you. I got no business with you. You can pursue your own Biafra the way you want it. Good luck. If you get it, I will be very happy. Every one of us will meet in Biafra land, and then the law of the land will decide who was right in the past and who was wrong. If there's a penalty that I'm going to face, I face it. Just like our Prime Minister said, when the pressure became so much for our Prime Minister, he said, I will continue to do what I am doing. If Mazi Nandekano comes out and say I am wrong, I will apologize and give him reasons why I did what I did. This is the word that was spoken by our Prime Minister. When the pressure was very high from the IPOB in Nigeria, propaganda right, left, and center, they say he want to hijack it. They say he overthrew Mazi Simon Ekpa. They say he doesn't obey Mazi Simon Ekpa. He said, I will continue to do what I am doing. If peradventure the Prime Minister comes out and say that he doesn't like what I'm doing, I will apologize and move forward. Why are you confused? You are confusing yourself. You are the one destroying yourself. because you fail to see reasons. Everything I'm doing here is to open up something for you to look at and be the judge. That is what I do here. I cannot force you to take an ideology. I cannot force you to believe on that. I can't force you to follow Mr. A or Mr. B. The only thing I do is to open up the hidden words. The simple words that you ignore, those simple words that you ignore, I bring it open for you. Then it is up to you to make up your choice. Whatever decision you take, you will be responsible for it. You can't say, because of what I said, that is why you did what you did. No. For every action I take today, I take responsibility. You must be responsible for your actions. Anything you do. That is why when you are listening to any platform, listen with your brain. When you listen to any video, it doesn't matter who made the video. Watch that video with your brain. Apply common sense. For those who are Christians, your Bible tells you to test every spirit. Test every spirit. You don't just swallow a word because you had it, or because the person is your friend, or because the person is the voice you've been hearing before, or because the person is from your own village, or the person is a man like you or a woman like you. No. You must be careful. Test every spirit, because you'll be responsible for any decision that you make. You can't blame anybody for your decision. Whatever decision you choose to make, you have yourself to blame. You will not come here tomorrow and say, oh, I did this because of this. No. Nobody is going to accept that flimsy excuses. Nobody. I say nobody will accept those flimsy excuses. It's either you are in or you are out. Whatever decision you take, you are going to be responsible for it. All those people who are creating different narratives everywhere, focus on what matters. The only thing you are supposed to defend today is the United States of Biafra. That Biafra has been declared. It is what you are supposed to defend and protect. Nothing else. You cannot make declaration. After declaration, you are going back to where you're coming from. You hold on to your declaration and call on people that you have declared. Call on people to recognize. Hold on to it, wear it as your clothes, put it as your cap. Put it, if you can write it all over your body and let people know that I have sing it like a song. Biafra has been declared, it has been declared, it has been declared. Let it be a song in your mouth, so that those who do not hear will hear it. How dare you begin to revise back? You will now drop the declared Biafra and you are going back to exile. You are going back to that name, government in exile. That name, government in exile, have done its own job. The government in exile and the cabinet have done excellently well. They did their job excellently well, and their job is concluded. Today, the new cabinet is working on the United States of Biafra. And when it comes to administrative issues, if you are not in administration, keep your mouth out of it. Stop dragging the men on the ground into the issue of administration. It doesn't have anything to do with them. The men on the ground know better. They are busy. The only thing we owe them is to provide what they need to do their job. Don't drag them into any rubbish. Today is sit at home. Today is sit at home, and they are in Biafra land protecting Biafran people. You have seen videos of bombardment and attack. Why will you drag them into a discussion of administration? In administration, there are people who are in charge of it. They manage it, and then they send the phone to them to do what they have to do. And anybody who is in the military should know better what it means when you mention chief of staff. The office of the chief of staff is not something to be played with. Even our men on the ground knows the importance of the chief of staff. In as much as we have not gone fully into the democracy system, that's why I tell you, we have not gone to democracy yet. Some of you who are saying, oh, we would have done this, you would have waited for how many years before you begin to integrate? You will cast a vote, you will vote for this man. We are not yet in democracy. Understand that. We are following the template that is being provided by the office of the Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. Every template that comes from that office is what we follow. It is not yet democracy. Likewise, our men on the ground. When is the even the men on the ground, when things are settled well, our army, the Liberation Army, we have their chief of staff. And when the commander-in-chief, the chief of staff of the army chief of staff speaks, every one of us know their power. The chief of staff controls the army on the ground. Go and look up the responsibility of the chief of staff in the military. When you look it up, it will give you an idea what to expect in the civilian realm. But yet, some people decide to use words to confuse you because of their selfish interest. They interpret something wrongly. And everybody, when you are angry, don't speak. In my platform, I don't push propaganda. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for propaganda or responding to people or begin to react to people's video, play your video. No, I don't do that. I don't have time for that. Even watching people, it is very difficult for me to go and watch anybody until maybe when I come across a video or somehow somebody sent it to me, when I look at it, I feel I should speak. I speak generally about it. I don't have that time to begin to face individuals because those are distractions. Sometimes when you speak with anger, you make mistakes. You make mistakes, and your enemy will capitalize on a mistake. Those who hate you will capitalize on a simple mistake you make. And when you make that mistake, other people will, more mistakes are going to come. That is why you see some people, maybe because somebody did something that doesn't favor what you said, or maybe you said something that they don't like, then now you put the person in your black book. From that, you begin to link anybody that relates to that benefit, you begin to link them to whatever decision that has been made. It's not right. That is why it is dangerous to drag men on the ground into any discourse of the administration. The management of administration of the United States of Biafra is going well, and there is only one government. In case you do not know, there is no two government, only one. Take it or leave it. For those of you who have forgotten where we are coming from and where to face, I want you to watch this part of the declaration. This is the major, most important aspect of that declaration. I am going to play it for you to be able to know. From this place, you can deduce whom to follow, what to do, and how to do it. This video I'm going to play. Pay attention to this part of the declaration, this part of the convention, this part of the convention. It shows you the hierarchy of the officials. It shows you the hierarchy of officials and the people managing the United States of Biafra government. I want you to pay attention.
On stage, Honorable Uchenna Obijiako, to introduce the Biafra Prime Minister, Honorable His Excellency Simon Ekpa Njoku.
The person that was called out here is Honorable Uche, the European rep. This man lives in Finland. This is somebody who Mazi Simon Ekpa confides in him. This is somebody I can tell you that Mazi Simon could believe in, trusted. The very first time Mazi Simon Ekpa was invited, that very first time that he spent 24 hours, he was invited. When he came back, every one of us in the cabinet were worried. The day the cabinet meeting was held, I was there. Everyone was complaining and worried. Why they didn't hear from him? They didn't hear from him. This happened. Everyone was worried. Why do you have to do that? You have to call this way. He gave a statement that day. Mazi Simon Ekpa said that if anything happens to me, that Uche will be aware. Before you react or you begin to shout at us, call Uche. Whenever you are not convinced about anything, call Uche. When you are searching for me, you didn't hear from me, call Uche. This word, I didn't say somebody told me. I didn't say there was somebody that told me. Mazi Simon Ekpa himself said it on a cabinet meeting. The very first time he was invited, he spent about 24 hours when they were pushing rumors everywhere that he has been kidnapped. I was in that cabinet meeting. He made this statement that this very man is going to speak now. The man that presented his picture, that introduced Mazi Simon on this convention, this is the man he presented that if anything happens, except you don't hear from, if you hear from, hear from this man before you complain. That was the word Mazi Simon used. I want you to see Mazi Uche. You are going to see him. He is the one that introduced the prime minister during this convention. He was the one that introduced the prime minister with his picture. This man you are looking at here is Uche, the European rep, the right-hand man of our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. During that first time Mazi Simon Ekpa was invited, remember the first time when he was invited, when the cabinet rumor, they said arrested him. This man, when we came on the cabinet meeting, when we are blaming Mazi Simon Ekpa, why didn't you let us know? Why didn't you inform person? Why did you call at least one person? He said, this very person you are seeing here, Uche, that before anybody can be worried about anything about him, that before anything will happen to him, this man we know. That we should always reach out to this man, Uche. This person you are seeing is living in Finland. He is one of the right-hand man of our Prime Minister. Uche, he lives in Finland. He knows the in and out. Mazi Simon himself said, if anything happens to him, that this man will be aware. That unless we didn't hear from this man, that before we react or do anything, hear from this man first. That was what Mazi Simon said in a cabinet meeting, which I was there. I was not told. Nobody told me. I was in the cabinet meeting. He is the one that introduced Mazi Simon on this convention day. He's the one that carried the picture of Mazi Simon when his name was called and raised his picture to introduce him and welcome him into the stage with his picture. Hear him.
Biafra Republic! Biafra Republic!
Peace, unity, progress, and equity.
They said that the Prime Minister is inciting violence. They said that he's inciting us. But today, he's not here and we are here. That is a statement. That is an exoneration.
Yes.
The Prime Minister is one of us who is taking the lead to get us to our destination. He is the good guy. Tony and the good guy. Tony and the good guy.
The good guy.
Tukwasani and the good guy. On this note,
I want you to pay attention to what he's going to say. The next person that's going to come in, these are the closest people to the Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, officially on the line of duty. The person you are seeing today is his most trusted man that I personally can talk of. In Finland, this man is in Finland. Prime Minister himself have said, anytime anything happens, we shouldn't react until we hear from him. That even if he doesn't reach out to anybody, he will reach out to this guy. And sometimes when you see our Prime Minister broadcast from Finland in the liaison office, this man will come and prepare the ground, then he will come and speak. Go and check his broadcast he made in Finland in the liaison office. This man will first of all come and speak in the podium and then introduce Master Simon Ekpa. The next person in line, you're going to hear him talk. The person is going to call now to come and read the speech of our Prime Minister. These things have meanings. These things you are seeing has meanings. This was how the convention began. This very thing you are watching, it has meanings. After watching it with a clear mind and clear heart, make your judgment. Think within yourself and take a good stance.
In his absence, please permit me to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister Obatobie I of Biafra land, Anon Kankampi. Ochua de Robo Biafra. Woke Jemba.
For those with gardens, you might want to try this large mosquito repellent.
Mr. Prime Minister, Honorable Ekpa Simon Njoku, welcome to the Biafra Convention.
It's a Kondo.
That's all. That black jaw, we didn't take place. We tried to do it one and you know the look there. That's all. Everybody can the canam, the cano. Memma. When I go back and take a time on Ekpa. Memma.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I think we have been able to demonstrate our love for the Prime Minister. He is so dear to us. Wherever he is, he's in the spirit with us. On that note, I call on the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, to come in and stand for the Prime Minister and to deliver his speech.
I hope you heard what he said. He called Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, the COS, to come and stand in for the Prime Minister. Watch the words. The whole world is watching. The whole entire world is watching this program as it's going on. And now, after watching this, you claim to be with Master Simon, but you come out and you are working against this very movement that was made. You are saying a different thing from what the whole world saw. The presentation was made before the whole world. You are going against it. I'm sorry. You have to recheck your brain. Hear him again.
Unity.
On this note, in his absence, please permit me to welcome the Honorable Prime Minister Obatobie I of Biafra land, Anon Kankampi. Ochua de Robo Biafra.
It is fully solar powered.
Mr. Prime Minister, Honorable Ekpa Simon Njoku, welcome to the Biafra Convention. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we have been able to demonstrate our love for the Prime Minister. He is so dear to us. Wherever he is, he's in the spirit with us. On that note, I call on the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, to come in and stand for the Prime Minister. On that note, I call on the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, to come in and stand for the Prime Minister and to deliver his speech.
I want you to listen to the word he used, to come and stand in for the Prime Minister. There is no other person that is qualified for that very job except Dr. Ngozi Orabreze. I want you to pay attention. The whole world is
On that note, I call on the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, to come in and stand for the Prime Minister and to deliver his speech. And there was yours. On that note, I call on the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, to come in and stand for the Prime Minister and to deliver his speech. And there was yours. On that note, I call on the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, to come in and stand for the Prime Minister and to deliver his speech. And there was yours.
If there was somebody else who is in that position, that person would have delivered the speech. If there was somebody else who is seconding our Prime Minister, the person would have delivered the speech. When you hear the call on the COS to come and deliver the speech before the whole world, on behalf of the Prime Minister, representing it's God. And that is why now he's fighting the declaration. Fighting the declaration is sad. I say, watch closely. That is why I am bringing it to lead it over.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
We are here with you, remember, okay? You are not alone, okay?
Thank you so much, Biafrans. On behalf of His Excellency, the Peace Ambassador, our Prime Minister, Ekpa Simon Njaku, I, Dr. Ngozi Orabreze, the Chief of Staff of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, soon to be the United States of Biafra, and the de facto government at home, by the powers conferred on me by His Excellency, the Prime Minister, I'm going to go ahead and read his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this beautiful venue in Lati. Thank you to the people and the government of Finland. My name is Dr. Ngozi Orobweze. Our presence here today, sorry, let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. I stand here on this memorable event in Lati to welcome Biafrans and dignitaries from all over the world that are here present in Finland. Last year, we gathered in Helsinki to chart a new course for our people and fight for our freedom. This year, we are gathering again to review our progress and make definite statements about our freedom. The challenges we face are still enormous, but one thing is clear. Because our angels, Biafra Defense Forces and resistance fighters, have discharged their duties with utmost professionalism, the oppressors have realized their ploy to deceive the people with fake restructuring and state creation will not work. You all remember, we've been asking for restructuring for ages, and Nigeria have refused. Now that our PM has risen up, they now want regional government. Not for us anymore. None of these ploys will bring back the thousands of Biafrans the Nigerian state have killed just for carrying flags or on mere suspicion of being an indigenous people of Biafra membership. Just for being an IPOB, just for being a Biafran, Nigeria murders our people in the thousands. Many families have been rendered childless, motherless, and or fatherless by the Nigeria state. Many people have had their homes and businesses burnt or destroyed by Nigeria state. Many more people have died as a result of secondary effects of the pain and suffering we have had to endure in the hands of the Nigerian state. My fellow Biafrans, as I look back over 3 years since the abduction and extraordinary rendition of our leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, MNK, and the severe suffering this act brought onto our people, I am saddened by the extreme cruelty the Nigerian state has unleashed on our people. We have endured a lot and stand to endure even more, underscoring our resolve to attain our inalienable God-given right to existence, freedom, pursuit of happiness and livelihood. Biafrans are begging to live. We are begging to live. Not anymore. Not anymore. The Nigerian state has been anything but an impediment to all these ideals, hence our resolve to exit the enclave that has never been more urgent than now. I salute the courage of Biafrans in the homeland who have borne the brunt of Nigeria's state-sponsored cruelty, particularly those that have paid the ultimate price and their families. To the Biafrans in diaspora, I cannot thank you enough for standing up for your compatriots and being a source of hope for the defenseless people in the homeland who are victims in many respects, including loss of our collective wealth to a select privileged few who then turn around and denigrate the people as miscreants. This sorry state of the enclave is the primary inspiration for MK's fight for the freedom for our people, on realization that a fix within the current enclave and its institutions is impossible. In this regard, we initiated a self-referendum voting for our people to decide whether or not they support Biafra independence from Nigeria. This voting process started on February 1st, 2024, and ran through November 28, 2024. The voting just ended, the referendum. The full results will be out in the next 2-3 weeks to the world. The participation was massive, with approximately 50 million votes cast. The results of the self-referendum will be released later in the next 1 or 2 weeks. Once again, I welcome you to the most beautiful and most hostile
Biafra. All hail Biafra. Thank you, COS.
You have had on that very, very important. It is good I take you back to that very angle so that you can understand. When you are laying your accusations and when you are trying to build your tent, you know how to build your tent. You know how to build your tent. But the most important thing today is to protect and defend that very restoration of the United States of Biafra. We must defend and protect it, no matter what the devil may do. Today is sit at home, and people in Biafra land are defending it. You that is living abroad, what is needed is your financial support. This is the update of today, the update that is coming from the platform of the Biafran government. You can see where I'm getting the information from. The information is coming from the United States of Biafra government. That is where you must have to go and follow. If you are not following this platform on X, it means you will always continue to be confused, as always. Go and follow the United States of Biafra platform on X. Every information you get there is first class. And this is the update of Sit at Home today, being Monday. The update. Look at the right of there. It said, the United States of Biafra citizens have continued their show of liberty as we continue to rebuild our new nation with the primary goal of territorial integrity. This is what is happening in Biafra land today. Biafra land is under lock and key. Update. Today, Sit at Home, you can see how everywhere is locked down. Everywhere is locked down. Today being the 16th of December 2024 in Biafra land. Even in the absence of our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, the whole place is locked. The Sit at Home is even much more serious than ever. That is to show you how serious Biafran people are. You see how the whole market and all the parks are locked up. So when our Prime Minister will come and say that nobody is enforcing it, some of you will say, oh, they are enforcing it. Oh, the Biafran people want to go home. They know what they want. Nobody need to enforce anything. Nobody need to enforce anything. Nobody have to enforce it. This is today's Sit at Home. That is what you're watching. The update. Biafra land is locked down, and it is going to be tougher. The zoo doesn't want to listen, and the only language they understand is the language of force. We cannot engage them in the open. Biafrans cannot go out and protest. You know, it's a suicide mission. For you to go and protest in Nigeria is a suicide mission. Even people that are protesting for better zoological republic, if you protest for one Nigeria, they will take your life. How much more when you are coming from Biafra? We no longer protest. Civil disobedience. It is going to get tougher. They think that by holding Master Simon Ekpa, you are telling us to intensify in what we are doing. And I bet you the Biafrans are getting the message. The silence of Master Simon Ekpa is an encouragement for us to even get more tougher. This is Biafra land. This is Biafra land today. The earlier they understand that the Biafrans are ready to go home, the better. You have refused to release Mazen Nandekano, the supreme leader of IPOB, and you have connived with your allies in Europe to keep our Prime Minister Mazen Simon Ekpa incommunicado. But I tell you, you cannot shut all the Biafrans up. You cannot shut up all the Biafrans. You can't. The more you continue to try to stop us, the more you give us reason to fight even harder. The more you give us reason to fight even harder. You think maybe by taking Master Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister, out. Oh, you take him out. Oh, they will not sit at home again. Oh, they will stop. It is now worse than ever. And even as the day goes by, it will become tougher. All the entire Biafra land, Enugu State, Anambra State, Abia State, reports are coming. Everywhere is under lock and key. You think maybe by taking away the Prime Minister, oh, you will stop them. You don't know what is coming. You have only succeeded in making us to be more brutal. You have only succeeded in making us to work even harder. The world is watching. You say that the Prime Minister is inciting the people. Today, the Prime Minister is not there. In his absence, everywhere is locked down. Everywhere is locked down. Let me get another update. Everywhere is sealed. Even in his absence. Even in his absence, everywhere is locked down. In every area of Biafra, look at shops locked. When we talk about the restoration of Biafra, it is not a joke. If you don't want freedom, there are people that want that freedom. Those of us living in diaspora, you must stop your evil propaganda and blackmail. You must stop your distraction and focus. Focus, get focused, and provide what the men on the ground needs. That is what should be focused on. Today we have the Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense have come out to speak and to give directives. All you need to do is to support the United States of Biafra government. There is only one, not two. Support the United States of Biafra government so that the men on the ground will support them to restore Biafra fully on the ground. What you are seeing today will be part of the restoration. The whole world is watching. Everybody is watching to see how Biafrans are reacting in the absence of the Prime Minister Mazi Simon Ekpa. In the absence of the Prime Minister, they have seen that instead of us slowing down, we increase the force. Instead of Biafrans slowing down, they increase the force. Things are becoming tougher than never ever before. If you don't understand, you must understand now that the Biafran people are ready to go. It's either you let them go or you have something else coming. You have something else coming. These are updates. Updates for today. Everywhere is locked and sealed. People are in their homes. Businesses are closed. All the parks are shut. Everybody. Because the people know what they want. Blackmail cannot help you. Propaganda cannot help you. We should focus today to support the government of the Prime Minister Simon Ekpa today, that is under the command of the COS, the Deputy Prime Minister Interim, supports that very platform. The United States of Biafra. The United States of Biafra that you went to Finland to declare, that is what you have to support. That's the United States of Biafra that you went to Finland to declare, and the whole world saw you. And you generated documents signed, documents were signed on your behalf. Documents were signed, the whole world were watching. There were witnesses from different parts of the world. People that witnessed it were there. You are supposed today to promote that and support it, not to listen to gossip and propaganda. My fellow Biafrans, wherever you are watching from, wherever you are joining me from, I urge you in the name of Chukwu Okike to remain steadfast. Do not get distracted. Do not get distracted. Biafra land must be defended. Before we proceed, I want to play one of the messages delivered by the COS. I want to play a message that she delivered during the fundraising on Saturday. Let's listen to her, what she had to say.
James have said, I know he said, we declared on the 29th, but these people, they have an ulterior motive. They have an intention to disrupt our declaration on that, is it second or third of
December 2nd.
December the 2nd.
Yes.
They have a master plan to disrupt that event on the 2nd.
Yes.
Oh.
And they plan to disrupt that by destroying all Batobie. That was their plan. They wanted to either one of the plans was to disrupt that event on that 2nd with so much chaos that the Finnish police will come in and just chase everybody away and disrupt everybody. That was one of the plans. The second plan they were planning with the Nigerian government is to somehow let Onyendu come out maybe a day before, be in Finland, come into the venue, declare on that day to render just to render so many things, to what they wanted that. But that didn't work out because they never liked Obatobie. They don't respect him. When he gives rules, they don't respect him. These are people that they mob him on the back end. They cloud him. They destroy him. They put him in a position where the poor boy cannot even move, cannot talk. But he knows what they are made of. He knows their plan. But that has been their modus operandi for some time, for the years. So that's what they put him in such a tight corner that sometimes Odogu does something, you start to wonder, is this something, this decision coming from somebody like him? So that has been how they operate behind the scene. They don't respect him. They hate him so much. That is why even when he give an instruction, some of these other mediocres on the other aspect, on the other angle, be saying, oh, it is not from Obatobie. Let him drop a voicemail. They don't believe him. They don't respect him. And Obatobie has been battling between this madness and the sanity of some people in this struggle for some time. But only God knows why what happened has happened. So it was those plans and it was those ploys that they planned and they wanted to execute. But thank God for the wisdom that is following most of the people in this cabinet, most of the Biafrans that are truly following Obatobie. And that was why we did what we did on the 29th. And
wisdom.
Some of them till today, they are not happy on what happened on the 29th. Even though they were happy that day, they were all jumping up. But because their paymasters and what they planned didn't come to fruition, they now all of a sudden do a 360 degrees to be back to the sad mode where they now, some of them are now, it's all about Dr. Obeze online. It's no longer about Biafra restoration. It's no longer about United States of Biafra because their plot has failed and they've already been paid for that. So what they were paid to execute did not materialize. So they have to attack maybe me or some of us here to get more money to continue doing what they were doing. So it was only the Spirit of God that made what happened to Obato Obie to happen. Obato Obie wouldn't even have handled these criminals. I promise you that. No way, but it is Biafrans that will handle them. And we're already handling them one by one. And I keep telling people, this is not about me. This is not my struggle. This is not my battle. I'm very, very comfortable where I am. I don't have to do this. All of us here, most of us are comfortable. We don't have to do that. But because the love we have for our people, for our country, and we know that the freedom of our people is non-negotiable. And we know that the Zoo government uses insiders. Fulani are afraid of us. Hausas are afraid of us. Yorubas are afraid of us. But they know that it is the insiders, the Biafrans inside, even inside Brigade, those are the people that we use to disrupt the freedom of Biafra. But they've discovered that all of them have a go 419, and that is how they'll continue to fade out one day at a time until they are relegated.
Oh, it's just
Biafran history. And I discovered that all of them have a go 419, and that is how they'll continue to fade out one day at a time until they are relegated in the trash can of Biafran history. And I promise you that's where they will end up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my fellow Biafrans. I hope you have heard it. For some of us who did not attend the fundraising, I know many people attended, and people who missed this very part. You know, the fundraising lasted for hours. Myself, I slept and wake up, and it was still going on. Up to over here, they ended it, I think, around 8 a.m. in the morning. So it was a long one. Some of us could not be able to stay until the end. Some of us were there. So if you have missed anything, I get the important information and I push it forward for you to be able to understand, watch it, and go through it. Thank you so much. My beloved brother, Max, thank you so much for joining. Max, you're welcome. Go ahead and speak to Biafran people. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chooks, and my only Namoche Chooks. Good morning to you and to your family, and good morning to every United States Biafran that is listening to me today. It's a great Monday, and I wish every one of you a happy Monday. I witnessed what happened on Saturday when the COS and the able men and women of the United States of Biafra were handling their own issues. The other people were also doing theirs. And I'm using this opportunity to tell them, because some of them, we know them from their body language and everything. There are so many of them that were forgiven before. They turned a new leaf and they were incorporated into the struggle. Today, just like they said, that there is no how you are going to treat epilepsy and you will get it cured outrightly. Never. Once you get to that year, it will begin to shake small. If not plenty, it must surely shake. That is the proverb of the Igbo people, and it is happening right in front of us. You see, I just hope that whatever that they are going to do is not going to affect the COS and the men and women that are behind him. I hope that whatever that they are going to do is going to be towards the restoration, genuine restoration of Biafra. If they do not do that, and they are being used by the terrorist government that Kemi has been criticized, so bold to criticize as we speak today. And you see, they will take me to I just want to digress a little, if you will permit me.
Go ahead.
If all of them in Nigeria, including the British people, they know the evil that is going on. They are fighting tooth and nail in order to scuttle the agitation spirit of the people of Biafra and any other person in that enclave that wants to live, that doesn't like what is going on. The United Kingdom knew everything. Till today, they continue to know what is going on. But they don't want to compromise the resources, the flow of gas, crude oil, human resources that have been taken over, revenues that they are getting from foreign students, especially from Nigeria, that is running in hundreds of millions of pounds every year. Go and check it and you see. Tell me, even if they are buying everybody in that particular place, whether they will speak. They don't compromise. Now, this labor head has come to tell them what they know. And if you remember, where that lady was working before she assumed the leader of the Labour Party in the UK, there is nothing in this world when it comes to security that is not in her palms.
Yeah.
Nothing. And now she is likely going to be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Every security briefings, every security details of the world is in that 44-year-old lady Yoruba woman. So when that kind of characters speak, my brothers and sisters, do not take it for granted. She is not mincing words. She is not joking.
Oh.
In order to protect the flow of gas and crude oil and revenues from other places, from that their former franchise or departmental store or shopping mall.
Shopping mall.
They knew that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was about to disrupt it. What did they do? They betrayed their own citizen, sold him out through their former colony, Kenya, and allowed the zoo to go there and capture him. Are you surprised that a British citizen is kept under lock and key and their own country that he has adopted refused to speak out? He refused to speak out. Do you want to tell me that the British does not have the names of the people that United Arab Emirates mentions, people that are sponsoring terrorism? Do you want to tell me that they don't know? Do you want to tell me, with the help of their embassy in Nigeria, they don't know that the terrorist soldiers in uniform are burning the houses of unarmed innocent people in Biafra land? Are they not aware? Is that what you want to tell me? Are you not? Do you want to tell me that they do not know that Nigeria is enlisting so-called repentant terrorists into the Nigerian armed forces? Is that what they want to tell me? They knew all these things. They don't want to speak out so that their the flow of oil and gas and other things will not stop. If you remember, during Abacha's time, Abacha dealt with the United Kingdom. It took Shell to, extricate themselves from government policies. Went there to lobby to the United Kingdom, the House of Commons, in order to, release the ban on Nigerian Airways that the British Aviation Regulatory Company said they are not airworthy. I don't know whether you remember that time. The time when they were banning Abacha said, I will retaliate. British Airways was running. They have what we call a permanent hangar in MIA, Lagos. Permanent hangar. And that time they were running 5 times in a week from Nigeria. One of the busiest air route in Africa, and can be compared with Europe. They were running 5 times in a week. Abacha cut it, I think, to either 2 or 3. They started crying. You see, Abacha threatened to nationalize Shell BP that was estimated to have about $7 to $8 billion investment in oil and gas. Shell started crying. They ran to them and said, please, whatever that you are going to do with these people, because of economic interest, they rescinded. That is to tell you the people we are dealing with. We are not fighting Nigeria. We are fighting the globalist interest in that country. You are trying to scuttle. You are trying to destroy the criminal status quo. You are trying to betray them. You are trying to remove them. You are trying to be free from these people. And to make sure that you harness your God-given natural resources for the betterment of your own people, that is what they are fighting against. They are not fighting because they hate you. They are fighting because they want control. They want steady flow of those natural resources. So they don't care. So this woman came out to speak what they know. And the pranks, Britain is playing on our soil. If there were no crude oil and gas in high quantity, you will not see them there. Why?
Never.
Go and check at South Sudan. How? South Sudan, it was United Kingdom that supported them overwhelmingly in order to secure their freedom from South Sudan. From Khartoum. Go and check it, you will see. They played a vital role there. Why are they not playing the same thing here? Because what you see in your land that God has, under your land that God has blessed you with, is so great that they cannot lose it. In fact, if you compare the amount the zoo government is paying in the Commonwealth of countries, that organization that will be there when their own citizens and their allies are killed and they keep quiet. If you know how much they are contributing there, is enough to build more factories and pull people out of multidimensional poverty in that country, but they are paying it over there. How do you think that with all this that they will allow you to go? Our freedom is in the hands of God first, in our own hands, because God, Chukwu will not come from heaven to fight for us. We must show our hands first before God will come to help us. And that is what we must do. All the elements that they are using to disrupt this must not be entertained. It must not be entertained. We must fight them. We must kick them out. Just, I assure them, if they believe that Biafra is a spiritual thing, then for fighting what the majority has agreed upon, then they are going to fail as well, just like those before them. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Namote that just came in, I salute you. Thank
you so much, my beloved brother. You have spoken well, and that is it. Some people in the zoo don't know what is coming. When we talk about freedom, they think it is about us. It is not just about us as Biafrans. It is not a selfish pursuit of independence. It's something that is going to benefit everyone. And anybody that is genuine in that contraption, there is no way you can support one Nigeria. You can't. You can't. Look at the level of this woman, in her level. Even for the fact that they have a Yoruba man as a president, they thought that maybe by having a Yoruba man as a president, then because she's a Yoruba woman that she will support. But look at what she wrote there. Look at what she wrote. That's reported by People's Gazette. I am a Yoruba. I am Yoruba.
Yes.
I have nothing in common with Boko Haram, heaven of northern Nigeria. Kemi Badana. A very strong statement.
You know?
A very, very strong statement.
Look at the other one.
The one she said about the police.
Look at it.
They believe in their
In
tribe.
People's Gazette, look at what she wrote. Nigerian police officers are armed robbers, licensed to extort citizens with guns. My brothers and sisters, the person that is saying this thing is not an ordinary person. He is not an illegal immigrant. A top politician in the United Kingdom, a Yoruba woman. They have tried everything to bribe her, to make her to begin to promote them. The woman said she will never associate herself with the evil entity. She knows herself as a Yoruba woman. That's all. She doesn't have anything to do with your one Nigeria, whatever. And she told it to the terrorist vice president that they have. She told him to his face, that's your PR you are looking for. You better go somewhere else, or not me. I have nothing to do with your one Nigeria terrorist government.
Simple as.
It is not a Biafran that is saying this one, though. No be Master Simon Ekpao. When Master Simon come on Twitter and say, they say, oh, you are visiting Nigeria, you are insulting Nigeria. Why is it the Biafrans that are not going to rise? Every time Biafra. It is not a Biafran, no. There is no sensible politician, active politician abroad, no sensible person that have lived abroad, seeing what politics is, see how to make cost development, that we accept anything from Nigerian government. Anybody living abroad that is still talking about one Nigeria is a criminal, a fraudster looking for an opportunity to steal. Nothing more.
I believe you.
Anybody claiming to live abroad, it doesn't matter the post you have abroad. It doesn't matter who you are. And you still support Nigerian government. You support one Nigeria. You are a criminal looking for an opportunity for you to steal.
That's right.
And there are many. Those criminals are many. Some of them are Igbo. Some of them are Yoruba. Some of them are Hausa. Some of them are Efik. No sensible politician abroad will associate himself with the zoo. You see the statement of the woman. If now some of them now they go say, oh, now my brother did there. Emiloko did there for there. For now, you go to support it. Whether good or bad, you support it. That is why I tell people, there are good people everywhere and there are bad people. When you see the bad ones, you stay away from them. Be careful. Watch carefully. When you see the good ones, they are still there. You can work with the good ones. You can see our brother Koiki today. You see Koiki Media doing excellently well. Koiki Media, he is on the path of self-determination. Seriously on the path. No matter, go to his platform, you see his fellow Yoruba people abusing him. When he talk about Biafra, they will abuse him and call him names. Some write him privately, some threaten him. Koiki. The same thing we hear when we talk, sometimes when we do program on Mission Yoruba, hey, they say, whoa, Yoruba betrayal. Whoa, why you talk about Yoruba? Why? But there are good people everywhere and there are bad people. When you see the good ones, work with them. The statement of this woman alone today, is enough to quash every accusation against our Prime Minister.
Yes.
The statement of this woman, Finnish government is watching. The international community is watching. The United States are watching. The statement of this woman, a Yoruba woman, not a Biafran, a top politician in the UK. Look at her statement. She said, I am Yoruba. I know there for your useless one Nigeria. She made statement in clear terms. Your northern terrorists one Nigeria. She didn't miss one. Northern terrorists.
Yes.
And she came here and she described the police and called them robbers.
Who the
Go
hell?
on and speak. My brother Okafor, you want to say something? Go ahead and speak. I think you want to say something.
Thank you, my brother Chooks. My sister Kemi has said it all. May God bless her. May God keep her alive and give her more grace and more opportunities in life.
You see?
This is the things I expected from our so-called elite. This is what I expected from them, to speak out. But because of their selfish interests, they undermine the interests of the public. Well, thank God for everything, because we know that God never fails in people, and He will not fail us.
Never.
So as I was saying before, before network kicked me out, I am not pleading for Nigeria. We are already a nation. Whatever I'm telling them is for them to use their brain in whatever they are doing. And remember that they are dealing with a nation, a sovereign nation for that matter. Biafra have come to stay. Biafra have come. If you watch how everything happened, you know that this is God's finger. It is God doing it, not man. So this is open. So like some people that are supporting my brothers that are making mistake, please reason very, very well. Reason before you speak. Reason before you advise. Please, let's follow the truth. The chief of army staff still remain the second in command. Is the chief of all staffs. Every one of us is a staff. Every cabinet member, every worker in the Biafra Republic government in exile is under the chief of staff. On absence of the PM, she's supposed to be the next person. So people that are going to the charter will work. When the charter will work. All these things we are presenting it, preparing it for the future use. We are still going to elect the democratic leaders that will lead us in the United States of Biafra. That is when all these documents will begin to work. But now you can't expect us to leave the template that we are following that lead us to where we are today. So please, the office of the Prime Minister still remain in charge. We have a document that we are following. Our leader told us that he knows the day that Biafra will come. We don't believe him. But look at it now. So he has a template that he's working on, and they have handed it over to somebody. Please, let's forget about the sentiment. And this matter now, the way they go now, me, I know they're happy. You people are dragging now the securities into this matter, which is rubbish. Please, let us mind whatever we are doing, because everything get a reward, though. Our good have a reward. Our bad have a reward. Like as I said last time, whatever every one of you is doing, please consider first God Almighty, the Chukwu Okike Abiama. The second one is the United States of Biafra. Then the third one should be you. Biafrans, peace, unity, progress, and equity. That is what binds us together. That is what holds us. That is our faith. What concerns our leader should be the paramount to every one of us as of now. And how we go defend this new nation. That is what we're supposed to be thinking of, talking of. Not all these sad distractions. Please, let's face the reality. Let's face the reality. Make all of us no regret our action. All these things we are doing, ask yourself a question. If our leader come out today Is he going to shake you that you have done well? If our leader there now, what you are doing, will you do it? His office remain the final. Whatever come out from that office remain the final. So if our leader there, you will tell him that as he dissolved the government, his office is also dissolved. Things are not done in that way now. That office can never remain empty at all. It can never remain empty. It can't. That's why he follow procedures. He put things in line. On his absence, look at how it will be. The European rep stand where every other person is supposed to stand. Now, people that are talking whatever they are talking, he don't ask these people. Ask Tony Agbarawa. Ask our brother Nkere or Raf and co. Whether they don't go see our prime minister, whether they hear from him before they begin to do whatever they are doing. That is supposed to be our question. And in as much that they did not hear from prime minister, the people that hear from prime minister have delivered his speech, and we should follow it till when he comes out. Then anything that anybody want to say, he can say it. But as of now, on his absence, please let's follow the procedures that this man have laid on ground. It doesn't matter who is there. It doesn't matter. David delivered the children of Israel from the hand of the Philistines. Not by education, not by his agenda, not by his height, not by his age. God used who he want to use. Please, let's come together and speak with one voice. Please. Then I want to plead to our gallant men on the ground. Don't receive money from two places. So don't create that, don't create that, don't create that. Don't. Follow the due process. If you know the channel is supposed to receive whatever you are receiving, follow that channel. And whoever that is coming in between, please don't allow that. Don't allow that. The enemies is at war, but they will not succeed. Because God has destined that Biafra must stand as a nation.
You see?
Please, I'm hearing some words from Pastor Van. If he want to repent genuinely, let him talk to the others. Let him talk to others. Prodigal son come back and father receive him. Our brother that come back on their fundraising, Maxwell. Nobody pursue anybody. Nobody pursue anybody. If your office is expired, another person will take over. If your turn have expired, another person will take over. It's not must. If we tell our leader that he is not going to be the one to declare Biafra, to the declaration of Biafra that second, he will not believe. But God has made it to be so, for the interest of all of us.
Thank you so much, my brother. Try and round up.
Please, make nobody tell me saying they're confused. There's nothing to be confused in this matter. The person that the European rep have introduced to us to stand on behalf of our prime minister is the person all of us should focus on. Let's work with one mind. I pray that God Almighty will unite the cabinet. I pray that God Almighty will give us what we are asking in no distant time. I pray that in no distant time, our leader, Ohamadike, will come and join us. And our leader, Obatobia, will join us.
You say?
I submit for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My brother Chusky, you're welcome. Go ahead and talk to us, Chusky. Speak to us.
Good morning, sir.
We have to be rounding up now. We've been here for more than 3 hours, so I need to.
Yes, I've been busy. That's why I'm joining late. Good morning, sir.
You're welcome, my brother. You're welcome.
I want to use this opportunity to talk to Biafrans all over the world. The truth is that we have to be very, very careful with what is happening right now. And we all know the antics of our country. In fact, the antics of the zoo, they know how to cause division among us, and they use that trick, divide and conquer. Yes. It has been their style right from time. I don't know why most of us that has been following our leader, Mazin Nandekalo, upon all he said to understand the system of these people when they want to conquer a particular situation. So they have to bring that division among us, and from there they will enter us. We should not be giving room to all this division. That's a divide and rule system of their governments. Please, I want to use this medium to plead with Pastor Van Vam and the former minister and the Sonia Parawa. I'm seeing them as in fact, as the prodigal son for now. They can still come back.
Your network is hooked up. We can't hear you anymore. Chusky, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. I think your network is hooked up. We can't hear you, Chusky. Maybe you can just go out and come back again. Your network is stuck. You're welcome, Donatus. Thank you so much for joining. Donatus, go ahead and speak to us, Donatus, why Chusky resolve his problem. We cannot hear you, Donatus. We can't hear you. We cannot hear you, Donatus. Is anybody hearing him? Can you hear him? I can't hear him at all.
No, I can't hear him.
No, we are not hearing him.
I thought it's only me, so I couldn't hear him. And Chusky, also, your network is bad. Maybe you just go out and come back again and see if you can be able to log back in. Meanwhile, let's try to see how we can be able to summarize and round up. If anybody comes in while we are rounding up, we can allow the person to speak. If not, we just give our closing remark and we round up the program. I've spent more than 3 hours and I need to have some rest because I have another program also in the evening. So my beloved brother Max, take on and give us a submission before I think Chusky is back. I don't know whether if he's going to be able to speak this time. Chusky, go on. Let's see if you can speak. Can you hear us? Are you there, Chusky? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chusky? He cannot even hear us at all. He can't hear us and we cannot hear him. My brother must go on. If they sort out, they can come in. If they sort out themselves.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mazichuk. And I just have to congratulate you with what you're doing. Our Igbo people where I was brought up under the tutelage of my mom. It says she's told me that Nketa anaebu nsi akponti abua. But in this case now, Mazichuk and the rest of you, I would tell you that you are carrying the excreta in both ears. But I bet you that it will never kill you. God, it will never kill you and the rest of you.
You see?
God will make it very light for everyone.
You see?
you, man or woman, one way or the other, chart a different path. Please, if you believe in the struggle, if you believe in your country that you supported the declaration in Finland, forget about what has happened before, because our people say that if the road or the journey is sweet, we will go it more and more and more.
Yes.
We've known some of you before. Some of you today that have taken a different turn. You were also the same people that were against Simon Ekpa. I saw videos coming out. Alex O made a video some time ago, knowing, hope, I do not know whether he knew that a time like this will come. Alex O threatened, he said, in the future, we will play your past videos. He was talking to one of them that really challenged him because of the question that boy asked that time. Today, look at it, is happening. The same people are the same people that are now coming out to open up and expose their brothers and sisters. They have been chasing the demons in the night, that they are now smelling like the demons. I want to tell you people to remember in this adage as well. People are laughing right now. Oh, look at them. I was in a platform yesterday on X. One idiot that I know as an idiot. I used to respect him, but there was a day he made a comment. I refused to respect him anymore. I refused to call him my Namoche. I refuse, and I will continue to curse him. As okay, I will continue to curse him because he say he is Igbo. He is not IPOB. This man will say it. That they have given us online country, and look at how we are doing it because of money. Grandmaster, yesterday. If you are actually, look, let me tell you one thing. I have a lot to say. In fact, I wish that we have more time to stay here today. And you are a busy man. There are quite a lot of things I would have said here today. There are quite a lot of things I would have said here today. You are wearing an ugly or dirty handbag. You are passing through the multitude, and they are laughing at your handbag. In your mind, you say, it doesn't concern me. It be a handbag on the lap. Who is bearing the handbag? Onya na-achị akpa ya ọnya, ọwụ ya waka na-achị. These are the same people. You are now playing into their hands. The same people that were telling us, because I used to transverse all the platforms and defend Biafra. I have heard a lot from these people, so-called Igbo-speaking Biafrans. I have heard from them, and I know what they can do, and I know what they've been doing. Majority of them are against you. If not me, it must not be you. If not them, it must not be Simon Ekpa. If not them, it must not be Ngozi Orabwezi. If not them, it must not be Nnamdi Kanu. If not them, it must not be Let Timojuku. If not them, and so on and so forth. These are the characters of our people, where my mother comes from. Very disgusting. The kind of mind our people, where my mother comes from in Biafra land, they are so dirty, some of them. Very, very dirty. Instead of them to support you, they want to bring you down so that it will be them. If they cannot get it, let everything crash. That is the demonic spirit some of these people have. And it is playing. You don't see it here. Go to space, go and see them. People of Biafran Igbo extraction are holding spaces, criticizing and castigating, bad-mouthing their own brothers and sisters for choosing to fight for freedom, which they will also benefit from. I cannot talk more, I cannot talk less. It is a shame. But glory be to God that God has given us the power to do what we are doing today. And I believe that we are in the majority. If you are here, if you are listening to my voice, please, if you cannot contribute, sing for the United States of Biafra. If you cannot sing, dance for the United States of Biafra. If you can't dance, jump for the United States of Biafra. As long as you are doing it from your heart, as long as you are doing it from your spirit being, it will surely propel the full recognition of my mother's ancestral nation, a beautiful nation. Bless so much. May Chuko Kabiama continue to bless every one of you. Bless Mazen Namdekano. Bless the Prime Minister that has been isolated from us as usual. The globalist agenda, that is what is going on, my people. It must you don't be confused with what is happening. It is based. The fight we are fighting is based on economic interest. And remember that in Africa, Biafra has a lot of it. That is the reason why they are doing what they are doing to us. God bless all of you, and God bless those people that still observe the state at home today. Whatever that you have lost today, may Chuko Kikabiama, Euradi Yankopong, Ubangiji Allah, Abasembong, Tamuno, Ogene, replace it for all of you in the name of Chuko Kikabiama. Thank you for having me and for listening to me. I know I will always abuse the privileges that you are giving to me, but bear with me. Remember that I still remain your Okene. Thank you so much. I salute every one of you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you, my brother Max. Thank you so much. We will kick it off again tomorrow, and we'll do what we have to do. Donatus, can we hear you now? Is your voice now okay? Donatus? We cannot hear you, bro Donatus. We can't hear you. Your voice is not coming out. Is anybody hearing him?
Talking. I'm not hearing him. Let him remove that earpiece now. He's talking to himself.
We can't hear you, Donatus. Maybe remove the earpiece and speak from the phone. If you're using the earpiece, remove it. We can't hear you. We cannot hear you. We can't hear anything. If you're using earpiece, remove it. My brother Chusky, go on. Chusky, are you there?
You can hear me, sir?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go on.
Okay. I'm very, very sorry. I got short of data. That is why I left that time.
Oh, so sorry.
What I was saying before is I want to use this opportunity to urge Biafrans that we should try as much as possible to be united. There is a voice I sent to you in your WhatsApp, sir. I know you have listened to it. You can see what I said there. And what is playing out is very, very risky. And we should try as much as possible not to involve our men on ground in whatever that is happening. So we need more. We need more counseling to them. We need more elaboration, more clarification, so that they should not get themselves involved. Even if when you find out that your fellow Biafran made a mistake on something, you are ought to correct that person, not coming out on social media to say something that will be tingling the ear. So like what a Holy Ghost was saying, I sent it to you. I know you listened. Very good. So please, we should try as much as possible to more education, like what you have been doing. I want to really thank you. Anytime you're online, we are going to join you to also to continue to talk to Biafrans. Everything is very, very clear. If whatever that is Pastor Van Babam and the Abarawa is doing now is maybe we are still on the level of agitation, it will be very different altogether. I would say let them be doing as long as all of us are like pushing for the same Biafra. But this time around, we have a government. This is completely what is called a treason. What do you call it? Running a parallel government, which is a treason felony in law. and the consequences is always death. So I don't know why you established, and yet you're segregating yourself, trying to form a parallel government. What are they thinking? Are we trying to tell the whole world that we want to be like the zoo? We are coming to tell them we are different. We are trying to show the whole world that Biafrans are different, that we are united. And we should not be doing something that make it look as if we are not united. So how can we achieve our goal? Some group of people will come and say another thing. Some group of people will say we want Biafra. Some group of people will be fighting against what we are looking for. You know, even if you are bribed, how long will you continue to eat that money? If you're compromised, what of your children? What of your children's children? What of the future? And they should also know that if we eventually fail in this particular struggling we are fighting now, what will happen to us will be worse, 10 times worse than what we are passing through before. But I know God will never allow us to fail because He is on our side. At least all of us have seen the bomb that the Nigerian, the zoo terrorists thrown on our men that fall in front of them and the thing refused to explode. That alone should shock each and every one of us to say that God is with us. And whosoever that God is with, no one can be against him. So I want to urge Biafrans that we should try as much as possible to be united in everything we do. You know, those who have followed the path of Judas should repent and put heads together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for that submission. I appreciate you for that very contribution. I welcome my fellow comrades, my beloved brother. He's one of our frontline comrades that is doing things out there. Every one of us knows he's not a stranger in this very struggle. We all know him. He's one of the frontline men in this United States of Biafra. We have passed through a very difficult road, and up to today, we are still standing, going forward. We welcome him in our midst. Let's allow our beloved comrade to give us a speech as we welcome him into our midst. You are welcome, my beloved brother. We go.
Thank you so much, Shooks, and thank you every other person that has been here. My regard, all protocol observed. Survivor, thank you for being in Italy. They say na delinquente. You know they means this your timing. Your timing is very, very important and strategic. You know they take and play, and I must commend you for that. No matter what, no matter how difficult, to keep to that your time. I must say, I praise you for that. My brother, Shuski, you said something that was, I've been listening though. I've been here all this while. I even shared it on the X. I've been listening and I never wanted to come in. But why I came in is because of what our brother Shuksi is worried about.
Okay.
I want us to know that you can, when you look at what is going on now, you don't need anybody to preach to you or to explain to you or to convince you to believe or to understand that these people are begging people to come out to condemn what the government is doing.
Exactly.
I want to ask a question to everybody listening and those that will listen later. Have you ever seen any government where the military or the military head or the military, what is the highest rank in the military? I think you Field Marshal. Yeah. We come out to tell you how to run the government. It is not being done. So we know what is being motivated. The man that claim he have this money is not having this money to do the needful. He is using, I want us to understand that all they are doing is it's just distraction. I've explained this several times. Don't let anything distract you. Don't let what the men on ground that are getting themselves involved into whatever is happening now. Don't be bothered by what they are saying. Just be focused. Do the needful. If you believe what the ex-finance minister is doing is the needful and the right thing, join him. I can't force you to do the needful. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu said that you will hear the truth, and with the truth, we will overcome and destroy our enemies.
Yes.
Now, I want us to see the template. Their template. The same template they used on the people DOS against the Simon Ekpa when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. I've said this several times. They stopped speaking or talking or saying anything about Biafra, which they later come back to confess themselves. They stopped talking about Biafra, they stopped talking about Nnamdi Kanu. All the topics were Simon Ekpa. Today, is it not the same thing?
The same thing.
The same way DOS went and they began to collaborate with those that wanted Nnamdi Kanu dead. It's the same way we have seen them today collaborating with those that want Simon Ekpa fall. We see them with Asade Dokubo and the rest of them. I don't want to start calling names. We know them. We've seen them. Now today, I want you to know that the original plan is to distract Biafrans from getting, to distract them from taking their eyes off the ball. And you start fighting each other. That's why you don't see me come to fight anybody. That's not my problem. I know my problem. My problem is my enemy is the person that is paying my own brother to fight me. So I will fight the enemy, not my brother. So the original plan is to make us enemies to one another. So you will begin to fight them. They begin to fight you. I want us to not to forget in a hurry what our person just said. They will always use you to get you. They will always use your brother to get you. I want us to remember what Gowon said. That if he had known, he wouldn't have gone into battle. He will only use money to destroy Ojukwu plans. And that is what is going on today. But I want us to understand that we are not falling to this. We have overgrown this. So the original plan now today is when we start fighting each other, stop talking about freedom, stop talking about our new nation, USB, stop talking about Simon Ekpa, stop highlighting people of the situation. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is about to be released. Immediately they release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, everybody is still overwhelmed with the joy. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu will be restricted from holding social media meetings. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu will be restricted from gathering people. Are you not getting the message that Biafra, nobody will be discussing with Biafra or about Biafra for a long time? Nigeria have come out to tell Finland, we are no longer calling you to charge Simon Ekpa for terrorism. We withdraw the terrorism. He is not a terrorist. We are only calling you to stop him from inciting violence through social media. Are we getting the thing? It enter our brain. All they are trying to do is to make sure nobody hears the truth. Nobody gets the truth. Nobody hears the right information. Nobody gets the information. So, and then they asked Nigeria, okay, bring the evidence of what you claim. They said it will take them 6 months to get information ready. I want us to get something very clear here. To silence everything. Imagine today, Shooks is talking about Sonny Aparawa. I am talking about Rafael Ajero, and the other person is talking about Ogechukwu Nkele. Open social media is war. What will happen? Nobody will
forget about our freedom.
And this is the original plan, but we are on top of the game. In short, we are on top of this game. So I want everybody not to bother themselves. Do the needful. Whatever you are convinced in you that is the right thing to do. We need to fund our men on ground. Don't be discouraged or don't get worried about what anybody men on ground will come out to do or say on the social media. I want you to remain focused. Anybody can be asked to do anything. Probably you have done something for this man in the past. You just want him to pay you back. Just make this video. Is not, he will make a video. So don't be distracted. The government is not getting their instructions from the military. Rather, the military will always get instructions from the government. That's what we must know. So we are not going to get bothered by what anybody says, whether commander or no commander. We want to keep our eyes focused. All we must do is to fund this government to support our army, to support our military. That's all we must keep doing. Thank you so much, my people, and thank you so much, Chief Survivor. You are doing wonderful. God bless us. And the bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my beloved brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, my beloved brother and a fellow comrade. I appreciate you so much. You are holding on, and you are even doing the most difficult aspect of it. And I thank God for the strength He has given us, and we will continue. There is no going back. My sister Ojugo, go ahead and speak to us. Let's hear from you, my sister Ojugo.
Okay, good morning,
Thank you,
everybody.
247.
Good morning.
God bless you.
You're welcome.
Is somebody talking?
Go ahead. No,
okay.
You are the one to talk. Go ahead.
Like 247 said, your time is really good. I wake up to it all the time. But most time, I don't start for, but majority of that I don't start from the beginning because it's like right now it's after 5, and you've been online for 3 hours now, a little more, 3 hours. Yeah. So, but I'm happy when I wake up, you're live online. But I don't know what the topic is, but I'm gonna talk based on inspiration.
Go ahead.
We all know what this is all about. Anybody that's said act out of ignorance, the person chose to do that. Because we've been going through this. Our parents has been going through suffering. We were born and born into it. And Biafra is a country that have fought war about the way we're being maltreated. So it's not new to anybody. And now we have gone this point. Let me tell our people, it's not over. Bear in mind that what they're fighting again now is to remove the COS. And it will continue to be a fight. So when she's out, what happened? We all fall inside the bush, we all scatter. Now, there is a government. The government pick the next person, and we must. There's something a white man said, I think from America here. When he was saying something on that declaration, they said, you are the one that experienced it. You are the one that won this freedom. So you have to fight for it. He's not the one. The 4 years. I was helping my son last night on social studies, and they mentioned 3 women that fought during 19th century, that fought for women right to vote in United States. They fought for it. There were 3 outstanding women, not men, women that fought. One was even arrested. So this arrest is not something new. One entered a car, started driving around with some women around the boundaries, campaigning for women's right to vote, until eventually they amended the constitution and put the women right to vote. Women started voting. Women were not voting before. And that was after they got the right to drive. So this is something that needs to be done. Some people, when the woman was arrested, some people, oh, we need to stop this. They're going to arrest all of us. They said, nah, let them arrest all of them and put them inside their jail. So we need, if we don't have this in mind, that arrest will be part of it. And it shouldn't shake us. Rather, it will make us to stand strong. Now, the silent Mazen Nandekalo, because that's what they're going to do if they release him. And then on their part to silence Simon Ekpa. Nigeria has fought and they don't have any strength again to fight. So what they want to do now is to use the social media. On their social media, they started to propagate. The worst thing that drives me crazy is a whole country using their media to tell lies, a proper, clear lies. That Master Simon Ekpa was put in the biggest, worst prison. That tear. My siblings call me from back home. See what I say? Please, this is wrong. Imagine a whole media. What is this? Muta, a whole head of. Oh my God. So please. So they want to silence us on this. This social media is tearing them apart. That's why I love this information. The communication is everything. Because that's what they used to win us the other fight. But they're not gonna do that again. And that's what they want to silence anything media. Anything. They want to silence Simon Ekpa. They're going to end up want to silence all of you that are on social media. So let's bear this in mind. The fight just started. The other one was agitation. Now we're going into the battle of the redeclaration of Biafra. So that's going to be more tougher. We haven't seen anything. No. But please, we need to stand strong. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, my beloved sister. Thank you for that submission. We appreciate you for that amazing contribution. And I believe that Biafrans are getting the information and they are being strengthened. Always let us not forget today, Biafrans have spoken again with a loud voice. We have spoken again with a loud voice, letting the whole world know that we do not support whatever they are doing in their so-called one Nigeria. We're not part of it. Everything they are doing in our territory today remains illegal. And we are standing on the United States of Biafra. Today, United States of Biafra in Biafra land is sitting at home. Everywhere is sealed. I have played the video and you have seen the update that is coming. And we have people in the homeland here who can also testify that Biafra land is locked down. Without anybody enforcing, without anybody pushing anybody, Biafrans know what they want. They have decided to walk out and nobody can stop us from going out. My brother Donatus, are you there? Can you hear us now, Donatus?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. I can hear you. Are you hearing me? Okay. Am I coming out loud?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead and speak. Speak to us.
All right. Good morning, sirs. Everybody in the house. I greet everybody. Mazugo, my greeting is going to you for your explanation this morning. And everyone, Maxwell, everyone that contributed, I appreciate you. And thank God for you standing on the right of the truth. So what I want to make, the submission I want to make is this. Let's forget about this, those ones that refuse to submit to the government of Biafra. But let us be focused, knowing that this is a distraction that the Nigerian government want to incite, so to confuse us, to bring a divide and rule among us, in order that, so that they will have an upper hand. Because that's to tell you that what we are doing is very, very telling on them. And I want to assure you that if we take this for granted and refuse to be focused, No, don't be surprised that tomorrow will be another target, and then we'll be struggling on how we will not support this person, we will not support this person. Let us be focused, knowing fully well that this is a strategy of the zoo, and we should not fall for their gimmick. We should all be focused and not allow this their gimmick to play to overrun us and bring us down. Let us please, that's the only thing I want to say. We should not be distracted. Neither should we play this even to reach our gallant men on the ground. We should not allow them to be divided, because that's where that's where I'm very, very bothered. Yesterday night I was asking the management of the security about this welfare of our security, and they were telling that everything is okay, because that's what every one of us here in the land is afraid of. I'm at home, and all of us are bothered about the security on ground, and we ourselves that have voted our security, the security of our security is very, very important. All these things we should not allow them to reach. You hear what Holy Ghost said yesterday. So all these things bothered me a lot, and somebody called me from Onisha, was trying to, by 5 o'clock this morning, somebody called me from Onisha, was asking me what is this. Did I hear what Holy Ghost said? I said yes. So this is where I'm bothered about. Let us be focused. Let us be speaking one voice. Forget every distraction and try to wear bulletproof to overcome them. That's all I want to say. All these things must happen because Nigeria is out, and they have their billion to give anybody that associate that agree with them. So may we be focused. That's my submission, and I'm praying for every one of you that God should always encourage and strengthen every one of you that are fighting this thing over there to make sure that our land is liberated, and we're here did the needful. May God bless all of you.
Thank you so much for that very submission. I appreciate you, and I want to let every Biafrans know that we are in the United States of Biafra. That United States of Biafra is under the government of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Egba, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Biafra. It is not confusing. The office of the Prime Minister is running the United States of Biafra. And I thank God that, like people who are complaining of the voice we had and all that, when you listen, he admitted that the United States of Biafra is where we are. That is the key word. The United States of Biafra must be protected. The office that is in charge of running the affairs of the United States of Biafra today is the office of the Prime Minister, and it is not empty. That office is not empty. It is working for you. It is working for me. They are doing everything necessary. Some of us who were on the Twitter space when the Secretary of Defense answered the question, he made it very clear that the men on the ground will get every single support they need. They are okay. When issues that has to do with the administration of the United States of Biafra has to be managed under the office of the Prime Minister, those who are in defense are not part of it. Do not drag defense into it. Do not drag the men on the ground into it. Some of them might decide to speak out of emotion or because of one dissatisfaction or the other. It is not normal. There is nobody that is in the field that will begin to concern himself with what is happening in administration. My joy is that they identify, every one of them identify with the United States of Biafra. If they are confused, furthermore on anything, they have to come down and watch. In administration, the office of the Prime Minister is in charge of the United States of Biafra. There are documents that backs up every single thing that office is doing today on behalf of the office of the United States of Biafra. If the United Nations want to speak to the United States of Biafra that was declared on the 29th of November 2024, if the United Nations or any organization want to reach out, they are going to reach out to the office of the Prime Minister that made that declaration. I played a video here to show you how the declaration came about. You saw the men who are working closely with Mazi Simon Egba in Finland and on the organization of the office. They made a speech. Every document was signed. They were there. Even when the ID card was issued, you saw two people who were standing issuing ID card to Biafrans. That authority, that is where it's supposed to be. Everybody saw it, and the whole world we are following the way the event went. Introductions were made. For anybody to begin to jump out of that procedure is abnormal. Don't get distracted. We are in the United States of Biafra. It is because of the United States of Biafra that people spent money to fly to Finland. They didn't go to Finland to go and see Master Simon or to go and clap or jump or to go for a picnic. The purpose of people spending their money to fly air, to take a risk of going to Finland, the reason why people did that journey, some of them overlooked their holiday they're supposed to have in December, and they took that holiday to go to Finland. It was to go and join the declaration of Biafra, United States of Biafra. United States of Biafra was declared. It is a very sorry thing to see that after that declaration, you will come back and you now retrieve and go back and say you're going back to Egypt where they're coming from. The government in exile did excellent job. Everybody in their position performed well, and they were able to carry it out to that declaration. The declaration was made. The name under which we are operating today, under which you can represent Biafra, except you are not working with Master Simon Ekpa. If you're working under another umbrella, I have no problem with you. You can go around and fight in the way you want to fight. But if you're under Master Simon Ekpa, the name that we are standing on today is the United States of Biafra, and every man on the ground knows that. If they think that the office of Prime Minister is locked up, it is not. The office of the Prime Minister is active, has never stopped working for a single day, never. It has never stopped working for a single day. That is why I always tell people, forget about names. That is why I forget to call them. I say don't call names. Talk about the institution. Let us focus on protecting the institution. If we can succeed in protecting the institution, it doesn't matter who we put there, whether a man, a woman, a young person, an old person, poor or rich, the institution makes that person powerful. If you continue to build tough men and tough women, you will continue to make mistakes and put yourself into trouble. But when you build a strong institution, whoever comes into that very place will respect it, and it will be strong. It doesn't matter who comes there. That very institution is what we protect. Just like in Nigeria, you talk about the government of Tinubu. The government of Tinubu now is running. Even if Tinubu goes for treatment for years or for months, the government will continue to run. In that same vein, in our government today, even in the absence of our Prime Minister, the government of the Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Biafra, is running. It has never stopped, not even for a second. I don't know why anybody can come and begin to insinuate that things are changing. Just like my beloved brother Ugo have said, let's not get distracted. Our focus is on recognition and defending of our land. The declaration has been made. We must have to carry that name. Write it on your forehead, United States of Biafra. Write it on your chest. Speak it, breathe it, and sing it. That is what they want to stop. We must get that recognition. And the men on the ground are doing their own part on creating a landing space for a full restoration. One of the processes is the sit-at-home we are seeing. Sit-at-home is now even tougher than ever. The record we are seeing now is even greater than ever. And the whole world is watching. Don't get distracted. Don't shake. There is not, just like our COS have said in the video I played initially, there is only one United States of Biafra. They are not two. Only one. Under the command of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Only one. That office of the Prime Minister remains and continues to function. Has never stopped and will never, ever stop until we get to our destination. My beloved brother Max, you have something to say. Go on and speak to us, Max. Are you there, Max? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I was. I think. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I was having little problem because we are in the Hamatan season now. Our weather now is very hazy, so it disrupts our network communication and so on and so forth. Mazugo, I have an iron to grind. Where is it? I have an iron to grind with you, pa. Wallahi. We go talk. Yeah, I have a big stone autogram with you. If I will report you to overcome Obunda.
No report me. I beg you. No report me.
I beg you.
Call me.
No time for report now.
Did you call me?
That if I send you to overcome Obunda as okay, hey, you go. If you go to.
Don't even go there. Don't go there. I beg.
Thank you so much. I am so grateful because of what you've been doing. Since that time, you've not been seeing me in the platform. I was a little bit, under the weather. I was admitted quite all right, but by the grace of God, I'm okay. I will go my last review on Wednesday this week so that I'll be. But I'm okay by the special grace of God. Chuko Kikabiama is alive. Brother Chooks is aware of it because I briefed him a little concerning my illness as well. And see, let me tell you, there is something you said. There is what we call hierarchy of command, chronicle of command, and the follow of procedure laid down. In the military, we call it rudimental procedures. The rudiments, what you should know, cannot be changed. If you look at Prime Minister when he was still with us, this is what I want to tell our people today. For those of them that have decided to follow the other path, I don't want to mention their name. Listen carefully, please. In the hierarchy of command, it's quite true that we didn't have deputy prime minister. We had prime minister in the name of Simon Ekpa. He was leading. But who was the closest? Even if he wants to visit any diplomatic or let's say diplomatic conferences or so on and so forth, let me put it that way. Who was the person that is going to be with him there is the chief of staff. The chief of staff will always be with the prime minister. In a case where the prime minister is out, who's supposed to be there naturally without any, let me just say, ambiguity, that should be chief of staff. That should be the finance. What does the finance got to do with, you are responsible for prudent management and disbursement collection of funds. That is your job. That is your job. The reason is that they were surprised that a woman is now there and talking tough. I call him the Iron Lady of the USB. That is what I call him. I will also call him the Margaret Thatcher of USB, but not the Eliza type. I beg you. Not the Eliza type. Not the Eliza type. You understand? So this is what I would like to tell our people. When you have someone who is there in line with the procedure, my brothers and sisters, follow that particular person. When you have a lieutenant colonel from where I am coming from, the 2IC must be SO2 major. Major. Lieutenant colonel major will subordinate lieutenant colonel. Then you have company commanders with major rank too. Company commanders with major ranks too. Remember, the 2IC of the battalion is a major, but senior to the rest of the company commanders who are majors. You have the platoon commanders. How dare you, an adjutant who is responsible for the documentation of the soldiers in the barracks, going to duties, paying a ration cash allowance, maintaining them when they are in IS, internal security affairs, and so on and so forth. be comparing yourself with the second in command, who is the 2IC, Major SO2. If you do that in the military, you will be inquired. A board of inquiry will be set up for you. They found you guilty. A court martial will be set up for you, and you will pay the heavy price for it. But the reason why we are not adopting some of these things is because of our condition, who we are, where we are coming from, and what we are trying to achieve. Let nobody throw sand into this struggle. The right things must be done. The chief of staff is the closest associate to the prime minister and must be respected. Who that does not respect the chief of staff is on his or her own. I have seen, I have spoken, I have made my points clear. I have told them what is obtainable in the right sense and send climbs. That is exactly what Biafra represents. We cannot do like the zoo. We can't do like the zoo. The zoo, what these people are doing is exactly what the zoo is doing, where they don't respect rule of law, human rights, and so on and so forth. Where individuals who wake up simply because you are donning the uniform and you are equipped with automatic rifles to go and begin to kill low, unarmed civilians and burn down their houses. That is what is that is not what we cannot. We don't represent that. We are law-abiding people, and we must respect our laws and those that are handling the affairs of our country. Thank you so much. That's the reason why I come. Mazugo ndewo, ndewo namoche. It is well with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we are now beating it. You know, I've clocked 4 good hours, and it's time for me to close up the program. So before I end up the program, I would like everyone to give the final submission. Let everyone speak before my beloved brother, the comrade Ugo, will now give us the closing remark and we'll close it. And before my brother Ugo will come in, I think other people should speak. Then he will make the last speech and we'll end the program. I'll be here for 4 hours, and there are still more other things to do. So let's start from Chusky. Give us your closing remark. Let's go. Give us 1 minute of closing remark, and then we go over to the next person.
This is afternoon now. We started in the morning and we are ending in afternoon. So I want to thank each and every one of us here for putting heads together to let Biafrans to know that we are now government. We are no longer agitators any longer. What we should be looking forward is to fully restore Biafra both in our homeland. So we should put heads together and stop all this some people's exposition coming to the air to wash our dirty linens. So whatever fracas, whatever problems we think we have, we should also settle it internally without coming to let people know. That is how reasonable people do things. It's not when you have a little fracas with your brother, you just come on air. Coming on air means you have you have something that you are hiding within yourself, that you are looking for opportunity to act, but the opportunity is not coming. And now you now think that this is exactly the right time for you to come and expose whatever evil thoughts you have. So Biafra, we are united as we answered United States of Biafra. That is who we are. And there is no two ways about it. We should support our CSO, COS, I think Chief of Staff, Ngozi Orabeze, and the government of Biafra.
I think has a network problem again. Okay, Donatus, are you there? If you are there, Donatus, take up the mic and give us a closing remark.
All right, sir. I greet everybody for being opportunity to be in the meeting, and I thank God for my brothers here in the homeland. So I appreciate everybody, and I'm encouragement to you all is that nobody should shake in mind by what you hear or whatever our gallant men came and said maybe because of what overheard some zealous people did. So my encouragement is that all of us should focus and support the government, and that is how we are going to support them and defend our land and keep our hands must be on deck to make sure that we are speaking good of this government, of our prime minister, and making sure that we are supporting them both in our prayer and whatever, and all his cabinets. We must make sure we pray for them every morning we wake up, and that should be one of your primary assignment, to pray for them, that God will give them wisdom, give them knowledge, give them understanding to be able to overcome all this shenanigan of the enemy in order to break us, that God should overturn their table upside down and make sure that the government of our prime minister have upper hand, and our prime minister as well will overcome all this trial, because they're fighting the fight of faith, and that's the hero's fight, that God should give them the heart of a warrior to stand till the end of the day. And the same, all the cabinet, those media warriors and every one of them, that God should strengthen every one of them to do things in a very right perspective, in order that at the end, the enemy will be in shame and victory will be ours. We'll rejoice together when Biafra is finally perfected in Jesus' name. That's my prayer. That's my encouragement for all of you. May God bless you as you comply in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much, my brother Donatus. May Chukwu Kikabiyama continue to guide and protect you. Let us hear from our beloved sister Ojubo, your closing remark as we round up.
Okay, thank you so much. What I want to put down as a closing remark is to remind ourselves, all Biafrans, that to know that within us, we are a country. We have declared ourselves as independent country. What we're doing now is just for other countries to recognize us as independent country. We're no longer fighting for it. We are asking them to recognize us. I listened to somebody, was it yesterday, who was continuously making that mistake. So, and then there's the protection to defend that country. That's at the stage we are. It's a government. We're no longer in agitation. So all this that phase has gone, like 100% gone. And also we need to recall back, Nnamdi Kanu said, when women come up, that this fight is over. And that's where we are now. Trust me, I'm a woman. When a woman is in a marriage, I keep telling people, when a divorce is happen, you say, oh, this woman, before a woman comes out to say, this marriage is over. If she start to write a book about what she passed through, you can't even stand it. You cannot. So, and when he says it's over, it's not looking back. It's over. If you want to stick your head in that marriage as a man, God bless you. Stick your head there. It's gonna, you will receive it so bad. So it will be better for you to agree with that divorce and go away. Women are tough when it comes to internal toughness. Men are tough physically. That's why a woman can have a child for 9 months in its stomach. A man cannot do that. A man cannot go through labor. A man is only physically tough, but woman is internally. So don't worry. The COF is a gift God has given to her as a woman. And if we determine and come out as a woman that this government is not going to shake, And that's the era. All the prophecy of Nnamdi Kanu, can we not see it that it's all coming to fulfillment?
It is.
That they're going to put a lot of people over. Nigeria have money. They don't know what to do with their money. Let's always remember that prophecy of this man. This man said there will be a point where we will use a bike. Clean your bike and keep it. Don't you know that people are using their bike now? When the fuel is 1,500 or 1,000 something for a liter. So all the prophecy is coming out. We need to always go back to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's prophecy and say that it's all taken back step by step. So I don't know whom you're following, but me and my family were following the government of United States of Biafra, USB, USB, USB. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my beloved sister. I appreciate you. We appreciate you, and we will continue to do what we have to do to protect the United States of Biafra that we all have declared. My beloved brother and fellow comrade, my brother Ugo, go ahead and give us a word of encouragement as we end the program.
Thank you, Sheiks, and thank you, Biafra. Ojugo, thank you so much for that wonderful submission. Well, I have said all I wanted to say before. I will continue to tell everybody, like I've been saying, I'm not preaching for anybody to follow what I'm doing or to follow anybody. I will only tell you to discern and know the right way to go. If you look at what is happening, you have seen what is happening. When you take a look at what is happening, you will really find out where are we going to and where are the other people going to. You will be able to tell yourself the truth. This is not time to come to social media and start opening mouth to make noise or doing saga. Like I promised Biafrans today, from this week, I am no longer going to be talking about anybody. I want to be talking about my new nation, Biafra. And I will advise every other person to follow that way. We don't have to fight anybody. I've explained here earlier why all this saga is coming up now. It's just a distraction to make you lose focus. And you must not lose focus. You must stay focused. We have no mission but to restore our freedom, to restore our nation. And that nation has been restored. And now the only way forward now is to defend that nation. And to make sure we get the recognition we needed from all over the world. And for your information, we have gotten some recognitions and some will come more.
Yes.
So it's not time to believe what anybody is telling you, and I want you to not get yourself worried over what a commander is saying or what a commander will say. This is now a nation, it's no longer an organization, and this nation will dish out instructions to the military of the nation. It is left for the military to follow the government or to tell you that they don't want to follow the government. They want to follow their own way. But I know that the Biafran army will not abandon what they have come too far to build with our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, to jeopardize it with anything. It will not happen. They will not do that. These men on ground, our army have surrendered their life. They have sacrificed their life, their family, everything. They have no life of theirs again. They don't have anything. They can't even go out their own. All they do every minute, every day, every second of their life is to defend Biafra land with everything, the last drop of their blood. So they know the right thing to do. Like you and me today, we know the needful to do. We must not be distracted. I believe some of them will be listening to me, and some of them have called me to ask me my stand. And I made it clear that I will stand with the government of Prime Minister that has brought us this far. We cannot go back at this point. So stay focused. Remember, I don't come to social media to lament or to open mouth to tell you everything. I will always tell you, like our Prime Minister will say, you will only know what you need to know. I don't need to tell you that this commander is talking to me. And many of you that know me know that I don't post videos of commander talking, this one commander talking. I can only post videos like when they say this commander, that Nigeria will come and tell you they don't kill this commander. I will come out and tell you, look at the commander when they say they don't buy you. That's the kind of video. Posting commanders is not my own mission, but I will always encourage them and encourage you to stay focused. And we are moving to the next level. Our sovereignty is to restore our homeland, fully taken over by our own people from the hands of those terrorists or Boko Haram in uniform. And we are not giving it up for anything. Airborne.
Airborne.
Thank
Airborne. Thank you so much, my beloved brother. I appreciate you for that amazing and wonderful contribution. Every Biafran that is watching us on this program, I appreciate every one of you. I say, may Chukwu Okike be our guide and protect every one of you. We pray for the Deputy Prime Minister, COS, that Chukwu Okike will guide and protect her and secure her. We pray for our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa, for the guidance and protection of Chukwu Okike, for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding wherever he is, that he will join us very soon. We pray for our Supreme Leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for divine healing, for divine strength, for divine wisdom, for freedom, wherever he is, he will join us very soon. Wherever you are, I pray that Chukwu come out, guide and protect every one of us. No weapon formed or fashioned against us shall prosper. Every Biafran, wherever you are, we must remain focused for our freedom. Nobody can stop. We are free already. All we need to do is to stay fast and continue to project the United States of Biafra as we are now free. Thank you so much, and see you all next time. Airborne! Thank you so much.
You must understand this. The greatest task on this very earth is to get a black man to reason like a human being. The same way, it's just like trying to keep an Igbo man away from gossip. Hey, it's impossible now. Come on, for goodness sake. How can you keep an Igbo man away from gossip? Oh no, please, give me a break. Anywhere there is gossip, you find them there. Gossip, the gossip is sweeter than honey from Igbo man. Gossip. Unverified rumors and gossip is like honey to them. That is how hard it is trying to remove the bottle from the mouth of a baby saboteur. Is as hard as trying to get a black man to reason properly. Unless you understand your role in society, you can never ever make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are three types of people on this earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. People don't know the meaning of the word idiot. They think it's an insult. It's not an insult. When the Greeks used the word idiots, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just do not care. That is the original meaning of the word. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats banana, he throws the peel anywhere instead of putting it in a trash can. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. As I used to say before, Nigeria is full of idiots. Idiots.
All right. So we are reading from the book of Obadiah, from chapter 1 from verse 10. He said, for violence against your brother Jacob, for violence against your brother Jacob, shame shall cover you, and you shall be cut off forever. Are you all listening? Let me repeat it again. The book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 10, say, for violence against your brother Jacob, shame shall cover you, and you shall be cut off forever. All of you have seen the way the people who claim to be fighting for Biafra, you know that this is a special week we are, okay? What has happened today? Some of them, all the things they have done in the past, they have gone back to it and start taking glory. They are taking glory. After they wage violence against their own brother. Let me read from 11. In this one, go to Nigeria. In the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers carried captive his forces, when foreigners entered his gate and cast lot for Jerusalem, even you were as one of them. Hey! Are you people following? The book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 11, say, in the day that you stood on the other side, in the day that strangers, Fulani government and their politicians, strangers carried captive his forces, when strangers entered his gate, when strangers entered our land and they cast lots for Jerusalem, even you, the people that claim they are fighting for Biafra, even you were one of them. Even you were one of the strangers. Even you were one of those who have come to prayer. There is no room for sabotage. I am not fighting Biafra freedom with a clean eye. The thing I'm telling you people today, if you know you are going to occupy any position in the Biafra de facto government in the homeland, listen and pay attention. I don't have friends. I don't know anybody. I don't know you. You are not my friend. The only thing that we are doing, brought us together, is that you have volunteered to serve Biafra people in the homeland. If you become a problem, you will regret it. It is a call to serve Biafra people, not a call to serve Samanekpa, not a call to build clique, not a call to form cabals in your various states, not a call to do paddy in the Biafra government. The price and the consequences is heavy. Many people have died in this struggle. You must listen to instruction.
All of us Biafrans in the Brinky cabinet, the Defense of Homeland, the Biafran Liberation Forces, the Biafran Army, we have vowed in our life. We are going to continue this same call, this same place that our Prime Minister Simon Eber has. Nobody will stop that. I want to let Biafrans know that our Prime Minister Simon Eber has set all the structures in place for Biafra restoration from the beginning to the end.
I want you to understand that forget whatever that is going on social media. Forget whatever that the Nigeria terrorist states are saying on social media and behaving on their National Assembly. They know that the game is over. I am telling you the fact. The northern Nigeria know that the game is over. I know what is going on within them. The presidency of Nigeria know that the game is over. The Senate President Akpabio knows that the game is over. The only people that do not know, or maybe they are just skeptical, are the gullible one Nigerians who are believing in the Nigerian terrorist army that they have the capability to eliminate Biafrans, don't knowing that I actually lost the war already before we even.
All of us Biafrans in the Brigade Cabinet, the Defensive Homeland, the Biafran Liberation Forces, the Biafran Army, we have vowed in our life. We are going to continue this same call, this same place that our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa has. Nobody will stop that. I want to let Biafrans know that our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa has set all the structures in place for Biafra restoration from the beginning to the end. Only one, under his leadership, His Excellency Simon Ekpa. Anybody that is confusing anyone or telling you there is another, no, there is nothing. There's just one, recognized by His Excellency Simon Ekpa. And we can pray. Once he has that communication, Biafrans, we understand that Obato Obie does not take no crap from nobody. No matter who you are, you must respect that authority. That authority is the only thing that can protect all of us. But we thank God, somebody said this is a transition period. If these things does not happen, Biafrans will not know who is following our Prime Minister, who wants him to fail, who wants him to be out. So this moment is ordained to happen so that Biafrans will know who is who in this restoration process. So on that note, I welcome everyone to this fundraising. The finance department is going to figure out if our fundraising is going to be weekly fundraising, is going to be bi-monthly fundraising. That information is going to come to us as quickly as possible. We must maintain, we must continue to do whatever our Prime Minister wants us to do to raise the money we need to source to fund our struggle. And we will continue to do that without adding any extra stress on Biafrans in any form or shape. That is why the finance and budgeting department will take it from there and inform us appropriately when our fundraising is going to be going on. So on that note, I welcome everyone. And we are going to declare this fundraising for the United
Biafran itsenäisyyttä ajava nigerialaisryhmä on kokoontunut Lahteen. 5-päiväisessä tapahtumassa ryhmä on tehnyt Biafran itsenäisyysjulistuksen. Tapahtuman taustalla on lahtelainen Simon Ekpa, joka vangittiin viime kuussa epäiltynä terrorismirikoksesta. Ryhmä suunnittelee huomiseksi Lahteen isoa mielenosoitusta Ekpan vuoksi. Hämeen poliisi seuraa tapahtumia.
We gathered in Helsinki last year for the preparation to today's event. And then we chose Lahti because our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, whom the Finland local authority says he's inciting us, he's not here with us today. So we gathered here because this is a city where he lives. And we are used to Finland. They say he's inciting people, but we are fighting for our freedom. We have the right to self-determination. And that's exactly the same thing our Prime Minister is doing.